Are we ready? Andrew?
Mr. Hubbard.
Andrew, are we ready? Okay. Good morning, everybody. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference for September the 24th, 2021. We welcome all of you here. We have a packed agenda today, and we're going to start off with a recognition. I want everyone to know that we are a family at the Franklin County Fiscal Court, and it's a large family. And when we lose someone relative of our family members, we like to recognize them. Just recently, our sheriff, Chris Quire's wife, Kendra, who is a fantastic teacher for the Frankfort Independent Schools, lost her mother, Irene Perkins. And in my just brief talk with Kendra Quire, she said that her mother meant so much to her. So I want to extend our thoughts and prayers out to the Quire family, especially Kendra and the children that in the loss of their grandmother and Kendra and her mother, Irene Perkins. So bless you. And with that being said, Sheriff, this is a great segue for you and your deputies to come forward. I think we have a special announcement, and I'm very, very honored today to have two of the fantastic deputies, Lieutenant Roy Rivers and Deputy Dale Gallagher. And I'm going to come around, excuse me, this room, you have to go around. So bear with me, I'll be right there. This is a great honor, Sheriff, to have these great deputies here. And if you would come on this side with me, and let's do this together. Lieutenant Roy Rivers, Deputy Dale Gallagher. For your actions on August 25th, 2021, when you successfully administered life-saving CPR to a collapsed citizen at the Judicial Center. Thank you. God bless you. This certificate is just a token of our appreciation of saving someone's life and doing what you probably will say is your daily duty, but it doesn't happen often. And being trained to do that means that you're prepared for all kinds of things. We thank you. God bless you. And the same to you. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Deputy and Lieutenant Chris Quire, Sheriff, I want to say thank you because your training, obviously they were trained with CPR. So training is so important. So thank you. Sheriff, I'll let you lead and lead into recognizing these great men.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you also. And it's important to have the right people in the right place at the right time. And we just done the right thing. And, you know, it happened to work out, and we're very thankful for it.
I'd just like to say the sheriff makes it possible for us to get qualified people to work at the courthouse. With his knowledge of how it is important to have people that are retired law enforcement to come down here and work in the courthouse that have probably done this stuff over and over. I know Dale working in Louisville as many times that he's been doing this in over 20 years, and myself over 30 years. There have been other such instances that we've had to respond to. We're just happy to be able to help citizens of this community. And we thank Sheriff Quire for allowing us to get qualified people to put the courthouse.
Well, God bless you. And being there at the spur of the moment when you need it immediately, your training comes through and you save somebody's life. There's no greater blessing than that.
Thanks,
God
sir.
bless you. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Sheriff. And Sheriff, let's get a picture of all of us in here if we could. Thank you.
All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, my friend.
You're
Good to
welcome.
see you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Thanks, Sheriff. Thank you. All right, we're moving back into our position. Thanks, everybody. And that was such an honor to recognize those two great gentlemen for their work in saving someone's life. Awesome. Okay. The next item on the agenda, I'm kind of going to move this around a little bit. We have on the line with us the board from the Farmdale Sanitation District, Mr. Charles Burnett, Ray Smith, and Ferlin Wright. We also have the maintenance supervisor, Carl Gross. And we are, Franklin County, we are at a crisis point in the area of Coolbrook. That Coolbrook is one of the 7 plants that we have in operation. And it is one that has been neglected, one of the many that have been neglected for over 40 years now. Just a few years ago, we've taken over the plants from the Farmdale Sanitation District has taken over the plants. They've done everything and are doing everything they can to just maintain those plants. It's been over 40 years since, once we've taken them over, we have tried to do our best to maintain them, but they were not maintained. They were neglected for all of that time. And unfortunately, at this point in time, the neglect has taken a major toll in what is happening in this Coolbrook area. I know that Squire Booth, I know that Squire Sebastian and myself have received many calls about the smell, the creek being raw sewage, and it is a shame. It is something that shouldn't happen in this great capital city, but it is happening. So what we have to do is we're going to have to do something major about it, just to keep it going and to keep the raw sewage from being such an issue. So the board is on here. We'll get into that in just a moment, but I want to make it very clear. The board has worked tirelessly. Mr. Gross, the maintenance supervisor, has worked tirelessly to make sure that something can be done. Unfortunately, this plant is in really bad shape. As Mr. Gross would tell you, after you can see that we were out there the other day and it was pouring down rain, and it was an opportunity to see it in action, that if you turn on one pump, the electric goes off. If you fix the electric and the pump comes on, it won't stay on very long. There's already a pump that's gone down. There's so many issues. So I've asked Mr. Gross to get together with some experts. And by the way, the city of Frankfort has been fantastic in trying to help us, the sewer department, and they've been there with Mr. Gross to do everything that they can. But most importantly, you as people that live in this area, I say to you, you don't deserve this. It shouldn't have to be this way, but it is. And it's not because of the board. It's not because of Mr. Gross. It's because of the neglect that's been happening for 40 years. So here's the dilemma. How do we fix it? And how do we fix it? Because we know that the fix is only, and I'm knocking on wood, we know that the fix is really just a temporary fix, because the issue is the whole area, not just the Coolbrook plant. So we have to do something, and we're going to do something. So here's what is happening. The board is going to be meeting in a special meeting on Monday to talk about what kind of issues that are out there and what the cost is going to be. We're going to get that. I'll be at that meeting, and then we'll get those costs. I'm going to convene the ARPA. Those are special funds that the federal government put out for infrastructure. And so there will be an ARPA committee on Tuesday to talk about monies that I think will be important to get this to a situation where the residents in this community can go out on their back porch, can go out of their house, can sleep at night, and not have to smell raw sewage or see raw sewage. So I say to you as residents, we are going to do everything we can to help eliminate this problem as quickly as possible. And once again, it is not an easy fix. It is not a fix that we can do tomorrow or this afternoon. Oh boy, we would have done it. It is going to take some time. So all I can say to you is, I'm sorry, but it's going to take time. Bear with us. But most importantly, we all are going to be working to fix this as quickly as possible. So with that all being said, Mr. Burnett, you are the chair of the board. I will turn it to you and let you say a few words if you'd like.
Yeah, we do apologize, and we are trying everything we can do to keep all these plants going. Having seven that have been neglected, with the rates that we take in, it just is not enough to keep the maintenance going to the level to keep everything running. We don't want this no more than anybody else does, and we're trying. We talk daily. It seems like Carl's working daily on the plants to keep them going, but it's a lot more neglect. 40 years, you can't just turn your back on it and let it run itself. So please, if y'all have questions for us, be more than happy to take them. We do apologize, especially to our residents and our customers. We don't want it, but we're trying. We really are.
Mr. Burnett, I think I should say this, and you, Mr. Burnett, Ray Smith, and Ferlin Wright, the people in this community and those communities that are on these treatment plants, your representatives, those three members, those three gentlemen I just mentioned, are your neighbors. They live there with you. They smell it. They know it. They know the issues. That's the way the sanitation board has been set up, that the people that represent you on that board are your neighbors. So you know about it. You know about it, Mr. Burnett, very firsthand. Ferlin Wright, you know about it. And Ray Smith, you know about it. So let's put that out on the line that you know what's going on.
Yes.
Are there any questions for any of the board members or Mr. Gross? Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Judge, quick question. Has anyone reached out to Kentucky American Water to see if they could help by chance? They purchased the plant that was out US 127 that had been neglected too, like those ones that you're talking about, for years. And they have truly straightened that one out. Has anyone reached out to them for their professional help?
No, I have felt like that the city of Frankfort provides all the professional help just as much as Kentucky American. So we have reached to the city of Frankfort for help. And Squire, that reminds me, I need to bring Ann Northcutt on. And as part of this, Ann Northcutt, thank you so much, Ann, has been looking for emergency funds to try to help the district. Go ahead, Ann, if you would.
Yes, absolutely. We've reached out to, of course, Bluegrass Area Development District, and they have been extremely helpful. Karen Leverins over there. We've also reached out to Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, Rural Development, Division of Water, and DLG. And so I'm following up by initial contact with them by sending them the pictures that we've just gotten. And they are looking around to see what emergency funds might be available to the district. So we're trying to facilitate some financial assistance to help this project along.
Okay. Squire Tracy, I guess if the city, I hate to bring I hate to get two separate entities competing with each other. Bringing the city in first, I thought was the way to go. But
No, I understand.
I'll consider Kentucky American as well.
The only reason I asked is, like I said, they fixed that plant, which I can't imagine being too much different than the 7 that you all have spoken of. So they fixed it and have done a great job with it. So has anyone reached out to the governor as far as what's going on out there?
Well, I think Ann, going through the channel she has gone through, that reaches the governor, not directly to the governor. No, not yet.
If we should find out that there's availability of, for example, the Community Emergency Relief Fund, which is a CDBG, then we'll get the governor involved because we'll need a statement from him as part of the documentation for that project. But I'm trying to find out what funds are available at this time. And then we'll decide, try to help the board figure out what the processes are. And for example, the CDBG, of course, would have to come through county government. That's why I'm reaching out on their behalf first to find out who might have emergency funds, and then what processes we need to go to get those in place quickly.
And another thing, and those are great questions, Squire, and I appreciate those questions. Another thing that we don't have all the facts yet and all the cost estimates. So it seems the way this seems to be working is you fix one thing, something else breaks. So we have to look at it in a comprehensive way. And so once we get all of that, or as close as we can to getting that information, then we'll have a better idea on the different routes we can go. But great questions. Thank you for asking those. Squire Sebastian or Squire Booth, it's in your district. Do you all have any questions or any comments?
Thank you, Judge. No, I don't have any questions. I've been fielding a number of calls, primarily, as a matter of fact, all of them from Squire Booth's district, because our districts are so close and so inextricably linked there based on the services that are provided. As soon as I've gotten those calls, I've been forwarding on those to the Farmdale Sanitation District, since, as we know, they are their own standalone special purpose governmental entity, and they need to be aware of calls that are coming in from constituents with concerns. And I've been using the protocols that the sanitation district has put into position about passing along that information, so they get it as quickly as I get it. So trying to just stay in touch with them to raise the citizen concerns is just critical, so that we're all on the same page. And certainly, any assistance that fiscal court can provide, I think we want to be able to do that and look at that strongly. It's just making sure that the board and the staff that serves the 7 package plants are aware of this, because folks are looking for who is the right person to reach out to, what are the resources available to us. So I think at least I've tried to be a conduit to pass that along and get it to the right place ASAP. And I presume Squire Booth has had the same level of calls of concerns from citizens.
Well, there's one thing. Oh, yes. There's one thing I'd like to bring up that hasn't been mentioned, is that the water from the treatment plants sometimes, or most of the time, leaks into the agricultural land, and the farmers have to worry about their animals drinking that water. So I meant to tell Ann that. I'm sorry, I just got a call yesterday from Coolbrook, our farm next to Coolbrook. In my district, farms are just right up to the subdivisions. I mean, they're just, and the creeks. So I wanted to tell Ann that is a reason to ask for emergency help that might benefit. Although I am in one of those treatment plant areas, Huntington Woods. And I'm going to a neighborhood association meeting tomorrow. And I am sure that people that live close to our treatment plant are going to talk to me about the smell from the treatment plant. So I really look forward to that. We know, and I'm living it myself, that that is a problem. And I tell people that the fiscal court and the county government are working on getting funds to fix the treatment plants because it is expensive. The problem is that the treatment plants were designed and built when these areas that they serve around them were smaller. And developers came in and added to the subdivisions. And that is why I believe they're in such bad shape. So we should mention that too when we ask for money.
And thank you. And so just a brief history that you touched on something very important, Squire Booth. And 40 years ago, there was this thought that you could do sewer treatment plants and you could build subdivisions out in the rural areas, and it would work fine. And it did work, but the issue became, unfortunately, they were all privatized, and I'm just going to say it like it is. When you privatized them, the people that owned them, they made their money, and over time they were making their money and didn't have to do any work on it because they were brand new. It's just like you have a car that has a warranty. Once that warranty went out, they didn't put the money back into the system. So the system over time crumbled, and it didn't work because, in my opinion, mostly because it was privatized and they felt like they could get by with not putting money back in it because it is very costly to run. And they were making their money because initially it wasn't that costly to run. It was built and everything was great. They were getting their money in and everything was fine. But when it started to cost more than that was being taken in, they stopped doing any work on it. And that's why we picked them up. And that's what's happening with us, is we're having to fix problems that have been neglected for 40 years. We're going to do it. We're going to maintain them. And we're going to maintain them with this thought. And Squire, I'm going to say one more thing. This court has been adamant about this being a priority. And so with the help of Northcutt and everyone on this court, we have been moving forward to try to procure monies to fix all of that, all 7 of those systems. So I will say this, that as part of the federal budget, which I hope gets passed soon, there is an earmark in the federal budget for $3.5 million to go to the sanitation district. And the fiscal court has allotted $1.5 million as a match fund to go to the sanitation district, which means $5 million to get the sewer system moving forward on a huge level. So that, and working with the city, a CISOP with the city, is moving this project forward. We're not far away from getting things built, but we are at a point where we have to maintain what we've got. And that's unfortunate because basically we're putting Band-Aids on it to try to keep it running because it's going to go out of line once we get the system built. So you can see the precarious situation we're in, and where everybody's doing their best, and God bless the board that is having to deal with this. Mr. Burnett, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Wright, and Mr. Gross in his work. So thank you all. Thank you guys. And thanks Squires for your comments about all of it. And we pray that we can get this done as quickly as possible. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, thanks for everybody being here. Just a quick question. Squire Ruth brings up a good thing, talking about the history of what happened out there. She said, it was built originally for, a certain number of homes, and then everybody kept adding on to it, and almost, I think, too much capacity for that small of a treatment plant, it sounds like. So I'm trying to take a negative and learn from it. So who would be the oversight so that doesn't happen again, even if it's, say, in Squire Tracy's district or wherever, out Peaks Mill? Is there a governing body that oversees how many houses per se are put on a plant? How does that work, Judge?
Planning and zoning would do that. That would come through the planning and zoning. It would as it's approved, a development plan is approved, they would say that this is all you could have on it. But they're not going to allow these anymore. They're not going to, they don't work. And so they're not going to allow you to build something like this again with these type of plants. So
okay,
hopefully we don't have to worry about that anymore. We just have to worry about fixing these is what it is. All right. Ann, would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I certainly would. And, I hope that, working this many years, I've been working along with Farmdale Sanitation, as has other staff members like Robert. I know I've been with them since 2009 because of the special appropriations projects through fiscal court. So, I've seen how these board members and how past board members, Mr. Allen Alsop and others that have served on the board, how hard they have worked for most of those years with absolutely no compensation whatsoever. And I know that the residents out there have seen the progress in the improvements on the collection systems that have been and are ongoing. Those collection systems will continue to be used when the new project's finished. So that's a great place to invest. It's unfortunate, as the judge said, that the treatment plants themselves have to be, and the pump stations have to be maintained until that new project is finished. And so that is a difficult situation for the Farmdale Sanitation District to be in, because the funds are limited, and the funds that we have procured for the big project can't be used for repairing one of the plants. So that's why I'm working to try and see if there's some emergency funds out there that can go toward doing that. And I know that the residents who understand the history of what's gone on, I know that they appreciate the board. There's also a little bit of confusion that I read on some of the posts on social media between the difference between Farmdale Water and Farmdale Sanitation. And so, that's a good thing to clarify for folks. And also, whenever folks are talking to groups of residents out there on the board's behalf, let me say that, if you can always mention, the residents can also be of help by not flushing wipes and rags and things like that, because those tend to burn up pumps. I'm sure Mr. Gross would appreciate that assistance from the residents. So I think if everyone's working together, that we can get these problems taken care of and move forward toward a better permanent solution.
And that's a great point. While we were out there the other day, they had just cleaned out a line, and it was full of what you were just saying. And the line had stopped up. That happens.
I could say also, Judge, and I know Mr. Gross has expressed this, one of the difficulties currently is in supply chain. Due to the pandemic, it's really difficult to get parts and chemicals and everything that he needs to keep these plants operating. So, he's dealing with an awful lot more than even usual, which is a lot on its own. So I appreciate his work.
Yeah, and on top of that, he said that there is a mechanical device that is paramount to the operation of the facility that you can't get anymore. And so he thinks that we're going to have to go to an engineering company and redo and make a new mechanical device to work the system, because you can't get the old one anymore. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of intricacies, and but most important is that we understand, and we're going to do everything we can. You have not been neglected, even though it looks like you continually see the creep, but we're doing everything we can to help remedy this situation as quickly as possible. So God bless all of you all. Thank you from the district. Thank you for the board members. Thank you, Mr. Gross, for your work. And we will continue to get updated. I'll ask them to come back as soon as they can once we get started. And we'll be talking at the next court meeting about ARPA funds too. With that being said, if there are no other questions, we're going to move on to the next item. I don't see any. Oh, Squire Booth. Okay.
It's not a question. I just want to add my thanks
Okay.
because I know I attend those board meetings and I know it's frustrating. They approve to fix something, but they don't have the money to fix it.
Yeah.
And I tell my callers that it may be this year that we get some money. So
yeah,
that
Yeah,
helps
so-
them.
yeah, right.
And thank you very much, Carl Gross, for what you do. It's amazing. Okay, bye.
All right. Thank you, Ann. Thanks, everybody. Let's move to the next item. The next item on the agenda, we're going to talk about solid waste. Brittany, welcome. And I guess that's a interesting lead in to you in talking about going from sewers to solid waste.
Yeah, not the same thing. Andrew, will you pull up those slides? So everyone, I'm just going to give a quick update on recycling and talk about a couple things. Recycling markets are up and really have been for 6 months. So the county is actually making some money now off of recycling. I know, it's great. On the screen, I have some numbers from previous years, and those are, in the negative. So those are the amounts that we paid. We just started the fiscal year with the recycling center in Lexington because they're a couple months behind when it comes to the sales of recyclables. So we are actually up. We have brought in about $9,000 in revenue since February. The only month since then that we have actually not made money is April, but overall we're up right now. So that's really great. Next slide, Andrew. However, the biggest issue we're having is that we're still having quite a bit of contamination. And the thing with contamination is that we pay penalty and processing fees when loads are contaminated. So these are 4 different loads that we received, that we sent there to Lexington, totaling a little over 13.5 tons. And the processing and penalty fees have come out to just over $1,000. So we would have brought in, $10,000 in revenue, but we have to pay these fees when we're sending contaminated loads. So things that don't belong in the recycle cart. A lot of these pictures you'll see, at least, yeah, these 3 with quite a bit of blue in them. The recycling center considers that medical waste. So that one looks like a bunch of used diapers, and then these other little blue rag type things are like medical waste pads. And medical waste is an immediate 100% contamination. So if the workers at the recycle center spot one bit of medical waste, the entire load is rejected, repacked, and then all of that material is sent to the landfill. They cannot safely sort that material because they put all their workers at risk, and it could cause issues with the machinery. So that entire load is packed back up and sent to the landfill, which we definitely don't want. So if you can go to the next slide, Andrew. So a way to combat this is if you're confused about what can and can't go in your recycle cart, please download our app. We have a smartphone app called Frank Waste. It works for city and county residents. There's a waste disposal tool on there. You can just type in the item that you're questioning, and it'll tell you if you can recycle it, and if you can, where you would, or how to do so. And if you can't recycle it, it'll give you alternate options for disposal. When in doubt, throw it out. You know, it's not the best motto for waste management, but we would rather, you know, not have a contamination issue in recycling. So you can reach out to me if you have questions, or, you know, if you don't have a smartphone or you don't want to download our app, you can email me, brittany.woodward@franklincounty.ky.gov, or you can call the judge's office at 875-8751. And I have a fantastic announcement. If you'll go to the next slide, Andrew. The county is bringing back glass recycling. So the judge and I have been working really hard for the last few months to try to figure out a way to bring recycling back in, or glass recycling back in, and we're going to start this on October 4th. So that's a little over a week from now, but we will be accepting the beverage bottles, so soda, beer, wine, and any food glass. So your jarred sauces, salsa jars, things like that. But we are not taking any kind of Pyrex or baking dish or no window or mirror glass, okay? So that's just for the county so far. The city is reworking a lot of their recycling, so this information is more so for residents, but the city is reworking its recycling plans and will announce all of their decisions at their late October meeting. So that's all I have. Anybody have any questions?
Brittany, if you would make sure that on our Facebook and every place we can post what can and can't be recycled, especially when it comes to the new glass piece. Thank you for that.
Yep. I will be updating all of my graphics, and I'll update the Frank Waste app here later today.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Brittany, thank you very much. I know the whole solid waste thing is a crazy thing these days. Question on the contamination. Is there any way to kind of hone in on where most of the contamination loads are coming from? You know, I mean, is it a certain area, subdivision, district? I mean, is there any way in telling that?
Yeah, so on each contamination like letter or ticket we receive from LFUCG, there is a route delineation, and sometimes it's helpful and sometimes it's not. So it just takes some work between myself and the folks over at CKY, and we have laid out a program a couple times in the past where I had provided more in-depth cards that the carts were actually tagged with to explain, you know, what is and isn't allowed. So and everything I've heard from CKY is that they were constantly being used in the same area. So I need to figure out what area that is. We've talked about it a little bit in the past, but I'm hoping this new mailer that I'm about to send out, now that we're changing things up and putting glass back in, I'm hoping that this new mailer will reach everybody and help this issue a little bit more. It's hard.
And then to follow up on that, you know, I know the health department probably does that needle trade-in program and things like that, but, you know, I don't know if, you know, they would be able to work with us too, as far as, you know, getting some of this information out as far as the medical waste not being recyclable and things like that. So, but thank you for what you do.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'll reach out to somebody over there and see if we can't do any kind of collaboration.
No.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Brittany. Exciting news. October the 4th, class coming back. And we do know that the newspaper is on the horizon, so we'll be thinking about that too. So I'm glad the market's getting better. All right. Let's move to the next item on the agenda. That's authorization of approval of minutes from our public tax rate hearing of September the 2nd. Any questions on that? And the next item is authorization approval of minutes from our regular meeting of September the 2nd. Any questions on that? All right. The next item is authorization to approve an agreement with West Kentucky Correctional Healthcare 2 LLC for inmate health services at the Franklin County Regional Jail. Mr. Jailer, Jake Bunner, I see you on. Good to see you, my friend. And I know you've been working on this, so give us an explanation.
This has been a long time coming. Good morning, court. Glad to see everybody. This has been a long time coming. At the end of last year, we did an RFP for our medical health care at the jail. Southern Health Partners has been with us since the early 2000s. And it's mostly been a great thing. We did an RFP and Southern Health Partners won that bid. Unfortunately, it's taking a long time with the contract with Southern Health Partners, and with the help of our counsel, Mr. Rick Sparks, we just could not come to an agreement with the contract. There was numerous items that we just didn't agree with, and the contract was a new contract this year. Our contract in the past was what I best could tell was 2009 with several years of amendments. When we did the RFP, they sent us a whole new contract. Of course, I send that to our council, and I believe it was 2 or 3 pages of differences. So with that said, we notified them of the differences and we have decided to part ways. With that said, Western Kentucky Correctional Institute finished second in the RFP. I stayed in contact with them, and we have agreed on a contract with them very quickly through our council. The differences between, I have nothing bad to say about Southern Health Partners. It was a long time. It was time to make a change. But the major difference between Western Kentucky and Southern Health Partners is during all this negotiation, all this contract talk, I didn't speak to any representatives. I spoke to the owners. This company's 3 to 4 years old. They have 15 or 16 jails in the state of Kentucky, and you get hands-on representation from them. And it's been a pleasure. I also have one of the owners of Western Kentucky on today, Mr. Scott Wilson. So when we have questions, he'll be here to advise. His other partner, Blake, is not available today. But the contract, basically after we'd already set in our budget this year, and since July 1, we've been month to month with Southern Health Partners. So technically we were not in contract, but we had already set a budget in July. So we had to do some negotiations with Western Kentucky to be able, we've already got a set budget to be able to afford our health care. They have agreed to stay within that budget in this contract. This contract here is basically a 9-month contract. We will renegotiate at the end of June, way before then, but that's when we'll come to an agreement. So they're coming in on a 9-month contract. Next year will be a 1-year contract. They have several things that are enticing. They're already working with our staff to be full staffed. I've said this since I've been the jailer. We have 24-hour medical most of the time. And one of my emphasis is all the time with Western Kentucky Medical. And they've already shown that I think they're going to be able to do that on a very easy basis. The cost of this year will be practically the same as we agreed upon in our contract prior to, I'm sorry, not our contract, our budget with Southern Health Partners. I believe there's about a $300 difference to the good with Western Kentucky. Their contract is very easy to read. Like I said, it went through Rick Sparks' office very quickly with minor changes or additions. So I will open up the questions. I'm sure I'm going to have several. So
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Jailer Bonta, for giving us a little bit of background. You answered some of the questions I had in regard to month and where West Kentucky Healthcare Partners fell in the RFP process. So I appreciate that. In looking at the material in our packet today in item 4, on page 5 of that, number 16, it states that West Kentucky Healthcare Partners shall determine and prepare the appropriate annual quality improvement studies for a process of inmate care and healthcare outcome studies. It doesn't specify how these will be used at the Franklin County Regional Jail to improve care. Do we have any insight on what those studies will be used for and how that will improve, how that can inform our process and improve the healthcare there?
My part of that, Squire, is it will be with Mr. Wiseman and Mr. Wilson. Will communicate on a regular basis, but I'll let Mr. Wilson answer that question too if he wants to. He's the doctor.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, and I apologize if it's noisy. I'm actually donating blood.
Mr. Wilson, it's going to be, we're having a really hard time hearing you. You're cutting out. Maybe you need to, if you could walk around, find a better Wi-Fi, but your voice is cutting out.
I would suggest possibly just using the audio only instead of the video. That'll cut down on bandwidth usage.
Oh, okay, Mr. Wilson, if you'll just use your audio.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir. We sure can.
Okay, good. Great. Well, thanks for having me this morning. I appreciate the opportunity. So my partner and I are both Kentucky residents. We've been in healthcare for over 20 years at this point in time. My partner is the pharmacist, I'm the physician. And so to answer your question specifically, we run our company basically on 3 simple tenets of communication, stewardship, and common sense. And so we end up working with each specific county and specifically with each jail and jailer to see what the needs are, what the shortcomings are. Every county, as y'all know, has their own set of problems and specific environments that they have to operate in. And so those reports are all tailored to what's going on with the facility. Typically, the reports are based on number of sick calls, meaning the number of people that get seen by the nurse and provider, and then typically the number of send outs, and then any grievances are typically the third big issue of the reports. But those can be tailored to any specific need where either the jailer, the staff, or the county feels like that there's something that's problematic month to month.
And so my presumption is that maintaining that close relationship of communication between the owners and our jailer, that can help inform how better maybe to make staff allocations and or other needs in the care chain there at the jail. Really, that's kind of what I'm gathering from your roundabout comments. Would that be accurate?
100% correct. Just trying to find out, one, how y'all's facility both compares to facilities of similar size, and then also what specific issues are going on a day-to-day basis. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions. Once an individual is transferred to outside physician, hospital, or other care type facility, does the financial cost of that care, that shifts to the inmate, correct?
Sometimes it shifts to the, it depends on where they go, how long they're there, and what they're there for. Meaning that there are some times when an inmate's insurance can be billed if they haven't been booked in yet, or if they haven't been sentenced yet. There's sometimes when the state or federal government will take over that deal. There's sometimes when county relief will come in, and there's sometimes when it's directly the responsibility of the jail/county.
It depends on their classification, Squire.
Okay. All right. Can you just give us some general idea at this point if a percentage of that burden shifts to the county typically? And I know that's kind of very difficult because it's a general question.
Just depends on the classification. If it's a county inmate, if it's a state inmate, Medicare will pick up a certain part of it, depending on how long they've been there. If it's a federal inmate, federal picks all of it up. So it's hard to answer that question unless I know exactly where that inmate is classified.
Okay. Well, I tried to look up.
We do the best we can to get it sent to Medicare as much as possible.
And I appreciate that. I tried to look up some statutory information on that last night and saw where it talked more about Medicare assistance and state and federal. So that gives me, I guess, a little more level of comfort. In looking at this document again on page 6, item 20, who can explain the excess cost pool a little bit? How and why those services are outside the base monthly cost? So that, and I've got kind of some sub questions under that. I just want to understand that excess cost pool area of the contract.
Well, I'll start that and then Dr. Wilson can pick it up. But we had 2 or 3 different options with them, and we've had a cost pool for years and years and years. And we always, except for last year, we utilize it very quickly. And it's usually extra medicines, extra x-rays, just extra stuff outside the norm of medical care here at the jail. And I think it was $70,000 with Southern Health Partners, and we've done $60,000 on this one. Western Kentucky has assured me that it would be hard to use $60,000, which I'm skeptical of because we've used it every year I've been here. And we get 100% of that back if what we don't use. I'm hoping they're right with Blake Wiseman, the other owner, being part of the facility, is the pharmacist. I'm hoping to save some money on medications and stuff of that nature. But cost pool is basically a little bit of an insurance for us, and we decided to go that way. One other thing that I failed to mention earlier is for years with Southern Health Partners, we paid a per diem if we were over 275 inmates per day per inmate. Western Kentucky does not charge a per diem at all. If we had 300 inmates or 150 inmates, it is what it is, which could save us a lot of money in the long run.
Great, thank you. I kind of want to follow along this line of questioning, and you answered the question about this being already that I had down with the excess cost pool being a standard practice to include in this type of contract. So are there other services offered by West Kentucky Correctional Healthcare in an additional clause that's not included in our contract? Because you had mentioned we had a number of options when drafting the contract.
There was really 2 options. It was the per diem. No, I'm sorry. It was with the cost pool or without. And they do offer some other things too, like they will see our staff if need be. They're just getting a lot more personal attention from this company.
That's fantastic. And I think music to all our ears. I know my first year in this first term on the court, I had a number of questions about the per diem issue with Southern Healthcare Partners. So I appreciate that very much. And I noted that. So I've already answered another question that I have. On page 7 of the document, item 21, where it talks about monthly, will the monthly cost reports provided by West Kentucky Correctional Healthcare be shared with the court? It appears that there's going to be some kind of monthly cost reports provided to the jail. Will we see those as well, just to kind of, as you said, to kind of keep our finger on the pulse for things like the excess cost pool, et cetera?
Yes. It's in our billing. It should go to Captain Smith and then down to Susan.
Great. Then advancing on to page 9, number 2. Contracts do not specify audit. This contract anyway doesn't specify automatic renewal. That was specified in our prior contract. I guess it'd be appropriate really to hear from Jailer Bonta maybe quarterly, at least at this first year, on how the contractor is performing. And it sounds like, and I think I certainly have high hopes for the services being provided, because it sounds like this is a very hands-on oriented company and bifurcated at the top, not only from a medical perspective, but from that prescription perspective. And certainly those are two services that will be heavily drawn upon by our inmates. So I'm anxious and very excited about this transition. But I guess what I'm looking for is, will we kind of hear maybe Jailer Bonta from you kind of quarterly as this contract unfolds, about, what you're seeing with the care that we're getting, so that we'll be prepared prior to that 90-day window of when we need to renew or talk more with the current provider?
Absolutely. This is nerve-wracking. I know last time we spoke about this, Squire, this is what we know. And going to see if the grass is greener on the other side is exciting, and it is scary. And I think this is going to be a successful arrangement with Western. I'm very excited with these two gentlemen and the personal contact with them, but I'd be more than glad to quarterly let you know if I'm happy or not with them. So yes, ma'am, I think that would be a great idea, and don't have a problem at all with doing that.
I appreciate that. And I share your eager enthusiasm here. I know a number of us on this court have talked consistently about putting services up for bid routinely across the board. It is nice to have a comfortable relationship with people, but when you've been in business with individuals for, multiple years and multiple contracts, we're not viewing the landscape of services, and the landscape of services continues to grow and increase, and what we need. So it's always good to kind of, do a little management by walking around and looking at what others are providing out there in the landscape of services that we need. So I applaud this going out for bid. I applaud West Kentucky stepping up, and I'm looking forward to what they're going to be able to provide to our community and to our inmates. So thank you.
Just to give you a little insight too, Squire, that when we sent out the letter to Southern Health Partners, and Blake asked us to do it for November 1st to get them a little more time to prepare. Southern Health Partners wrote back and said September 30th will be it. So we've had to put this in high gear, and Blake and Scott both have done an excellent job with staying in contact with us. I was a little bit high strung there for a couple of days, and they worked with us very, very well. So I applaud them.
Thank you, Jailer. Squire Booth.
I don't know where I got this idea, but I had the idea that the new healthcare provider for the jail would offer services for recovery from drugs.
They will assist with our new UK healing agency that we talked about in the last meeting or so. So they'll work side by side with our medical.
Yeah. Remember, there's a new program that he just implemented for recovery.
Yes, you're right. Excuse me.
Squire Muller.
And I am very excited to hear that, because some other jails, some of the counties have gone that route. So that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to take a minute to thank Jailer Bonta for his leadership and bidding this out and making that change. I know when you are with somebody for a long time, it's hard to make that decision. It weighs heavy on your shoulders, but hopefully this will go through, and it'll be a great partnership from here on. So thank you.
Thanks, Squire. It's a we thing up here. It's not just me. I have a really good team surrounding me.
Jake, one question that I know is always on top of your mind, and you alluded to it, but what is this company doing to make sure that you have 24-hour coverage? And you said that you wanted to make sure that you did have that coverage.
Well, part of it is the communication that I've had with Scott and Blake, and they know how important it is to me to have coverage here 24/7. It's what we're paying for. But they think outside the box a little bit too. With medical coverage, you know, they're willing to hire part-time paramedics to come up here in an emergency.
Okay.
If they can't get an LPN or an RN to work a night shift, there'll be a paramedic here. And that's thinking outside the box. And, you know, paramedics are good medical people too. So that's just kind of the thinking that they have too. It's a little bit out of the norm, but it'll work. So that's something I'll let Scott answer that question too if he wants to. He's part of that. I don't want to cut him off, but that's just kind of the thinking that they have too. And they've been very, very good about already. Their staff is coming in and talking with current staff and getting things prepared for October 1st.
That's all right. Well, I'll move. Squire Tracy has a question.
Thanks, Judge. Thank you, Jailer Bonner. You know, you're right. Bidding contracts is scary, but we owe it to the taxpayers of our community. Thank you for taking on that challenge with an open mind. One quick question. In the past, getting a doctor to visit the jail was challenging per se. With this new contract, do you see that getting easier?
Yes. Mr. Wilson's on here today. He is a doctor. And I'll give you a quick story. I'll share with you all. When we first got COVID last year, a jailer in Western Kentucky called me up and said, "Hey, I'm going to send you a sprayer with some disinfectant and some tests and this and that." And I was like, "Okay." He said, "It'll be here in an hour and a half." And I went, "Look, I went to Peaks Mill. I can add, but you can't get from Western Kentucky in Henderson County in an hour and a half." Mr. Wilson flew here and brought me that stuff. So he's a pilot and he'll be here a lot. So that's very impressive.
Thank you. I know that has been an issue for you in the past, so that's why.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Both myself and my partner, like I say, we're both Kentucky residents. We were both hands-on involved in making sure that the process worked. As soon as the jailer gave us the nod that we were going to be coming on, hopefully on November 1st, and got expedited to October 1st, we immediately got one of our main nurses involved in the grassroots getting people hired. Molly Lancaster, who lives in the Owensboro area, has been there working diligently over the last couple of weeks to make sure that we have y'all fully staffed. Staffing in a healthcare pandemic is obviously a big challenge, but like I say, the big thing that you're going to find with our company is transparency and communication on that bid price. And I know that that I and my partner and the jailer went back and forth a couple of times to try to make sure we were doing all the things that we need to do to stay within y'all's budget. But what you'll find on our company is we're extremely transparent, you know, and so in that cost pool, and I'm backing up to one of the questions y'all asked previously, in that cost pool, when it comes to medications, we add nothing on top of the medications. My partner is a pharmacist. His family has owned pharmacies for over 60 years, and we make absolutely no profit on any of the medications used. We try to have very good stewardship. We want to make sure that people get the right medicines, but we want to make sure that they get cost-effective medicine. So we try to use medicines that are kind of consistent with that Walmart $4 list, and those are passed on to the jail at zero profit margin. And then same thing with the cost pool reports that the jailer gets, and I'm sure shares with y'all, is it is basically a straight bank account that has y'all's money in it. And, you know, it shows line by line of where that money was both deposited in and where that money was both spent out to in y'all's community, whether that be at a doctor's office, at a jail, at a hospital, or any other place that comes out of that. So it's extremely transparent. And like I say, in all the jails that we have that are equivalent size, we're able to stay under that current cost pool amount, and have so month over month. And we attribute that basically to trying to stay heavy on the stewardship part of it. Everybody knows, like to say, the staffing is always the biggest problem, and it's been the biggest problem for the last 18 months, not just in healthcare, but in anything. It's hard to get good people to come to work. But, we basically believe that if we work hard, stay in the community, and communicate well, that we can troubleshoot those problems. And that's what we've done at each of our other jails.
Doctor, I believe Jake said you're a doctor, and I apologize that we've been calling you Mr. So Dr. Wilson, we thank you, and we really appreciate and look forward to this relationship that we're building with our jailer and our regional jail. So we'll probably have you on again at some point in time to talk with us, and thank you, and let's move forward. Thank you so much for working with us. Jailer Bonner, thank you. You've got another item though. We need to move to this next item, and that is providing health care to indigent prisoners.
This kind of goes side by side with this, and I'm going to say thank you to Ms. Tambra. She brought this to light. It hadn't been signed in a while. So with the indigent health care at the hospital, Captain Smith has worked diligently with the hospital in Tambra to get this put on along with this, because the medical care has to sign it along with us. I field any questions on it, or Captain Smith's here with me too. She can answer them. She actually did this. Go ahead, ma'am.
By indigent, do you mean inmates that have no insurance? Is that what you mean by indigent?
No insurance or source of income.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to call on Captain Smith, or?
Come on over here and have a seat.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for being on. Do you want to just give us a brief summary of how this works?
Yes, so this essentially just goes on to say that if we take an inmate to the hospital, or they're treated here at the facility by our medical, whether or not they're indigent or not, they will still receive the same care.
Okay.
I know in the years past, this is done every single year at the same time that we renew the health contract. So Tambra had brought that to my attention, so I've reached out to the hospital, and we've got this together, and we'll renew this contract every year now with West Kentucky.
Or your healthcare provider, or whoever your provider is.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Captain Smith. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
you're welcome.
There's a question by Squire Booth.
Yes. This agreement to treat and fund care for indigent prisoners, that has been ongoing for several years, but it needs to be signed every year. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The last time that we renewed, it did not get signed.
Oh, why not?
That I was not aware of that. Tambra brought that to my attention, and I had contacted the hospital, and we have put this together.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Somehow last year it got missed.
I think it was just a change in staff is all. It was just overlooked.
Well, good work.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Captain Smith. Jailer Bonner, thank you. And we're going to move on to the next item. So thank you
all.
Oh, thank you, sir. Stay safe. Okay. Now we're getting into some a little bit different for us. This next item is authorization to establish findings of fact pursuant to KRS 100-213 related to a request by Ryan C. and Nicole L. Turner for a zone map amendment from rural residential district RR to agricultural district AG. And this is a 10.1 acre property identified actually located at 505 Jones Lane. Now I'm going to read this, Andrew, if you'll put this up for them to look at as well. Okay, 505 Jones Lane Zone Map Amendment Request Procedure. So listen to this and read it along with me. The fiscal court shall establish findings of fact based on the evidence and testimony presented by the proponents and opponents of the proposed amendment. During the work session, court members will present findings of fact and then will be voted on independently during the vote session of the fiscal court meeting. I'm going to say this paragraph again. During the work session, court members will present findings of fact, and then it will be voted on independently during the voting session of the fiscal court meeting. Based on the adopted findings of fact, the fiscal court shall take final action either for or against the request. It shall take a majority of the fiscal court to override the recommendations of the Planning Commission. If the ordinance fails, the agenda will be amended to add a resolution to deny the zone change with the established findings of fact. Everybody understand where we're going with this? Before any map amendment is granted, the Planning Commission or the legislative body or fiscal court must find the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such findings shall be recorded in the minutes and records of the Planning Commission or the legislative body or fiscal court. A, that the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate, and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. Okay, now you understand where this falls in there. The next one, that there have been major changes of economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated in the adoptive comprehensive plan, and which has substantially altered the basic character of such area. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go and discuss findings of fact. Mr. Judah, I'm going to pull you on and I'm going to ask you a question. Everybody is allowed to use as many findings of fact as you think are pertinent. But in normal situations, Mr. Judah, if the Planning and Zoning Commission, is there an average amount of findings of fact that the Planning Commission finds when they do these zone changes?
Sure. So typically you would probably find anywhere from 2 to 4 findings of fact on a regular zone change request that goes before the Planning Commission. They have that recommendation that gets forwarded to this body. This body could do the same, or they could get by with as few as 1 finding of fact, as many as 4. There is no upper limit to how many findings of fact if this court decided to do 4, 5, 6, 10, 14. But Planning Commission doesn't normally go that high. They usually between 2 and 4 is typical.
Okay, thank you. Now, are there questions before we get into findings of fact? Are there questions? Everybody understand the process? We're going to do findings of fact. Tambra, you and Ben are going to take down the findings of fact, and then at our voting session, we'll come back and vote on which findings of fact will be appropriate. Everybody understand that? All right, so we'll go by hand on who wants to go first.
Judge, before we
Rick
go,
Sparks, you want to say something?
I just want to add one thing, and it's just a narrowing of the issue. If the court will require recall the testimony, both at the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as at the public hearing, and contained in your transcripts, etc., addressed the body of 102.13, which is the proposal that the change RR to AG is appropriate under the comprehensive plan. They did not address the subsections changes, etc. So the argument and the presentation was limited to the question of whether or not the proposed zone change is appropriate. You can delve into the weeds if you want to under the subsections, but the matter is sent up from the planning and zoning was that it was in agreement. So I just wanted to narrow the issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who wants to go first? Squire Booth, you're first.
I find that the proposed 10.01 acres on 505 Jones Lane is near a federally protected land. That's it.
Okay, and that's your finding of fact.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to delve into some of the items that were in the staff report as part of the findings of fact. Guideline 1 stipulated in the material stated that development that is served by public water and public sewer should not exceed 1 unit per 1.5 acres. The staff report specified the purpose within the general information section that it would be an RV campground. We saw that on our screen. And the staff testimony included and specified that there would be 99 units on a 10-acre property. It is clearly included in the record for consideration and inconsistent and will not satisfy the condition stated in guideline 1. So I offer that as finding of fact.
We're gonna need that a little bit slower so Ben and I can capture it all.
So go back, repeat that if you would.
Sure.
And condense it if you could as well. Get straight to the point.
Guideline 1 states that development that is served by public water and public sewer should not exceed 1 unit per 1.5 acres. The staff report specified.
Well, hold on.
I can't write that fast. Okay, guideline 1, development states that development served by public water and public sewer
should not exceed.
Should not exceed. You got it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Keep that's great. Keep going at that pace.
1 unit per 1.5 acres.
Okay.
New sentence. The staff report specifies and through staff testimony that 99 units will be on the 10-acre property.
That's one finding of fact. Okay.
No, I haven't finished.
Oh,
This
sorry.
I was just saying, this is inconsistent with and will not satisfy the condition stated in guideline 1.
Okay.
So that is one finding of fact.
Okay, this is inconsistent with and will not satisfy.
Findings in guideline 1.
The condition stated in guideline 1.
So Squire, could I suggest a distillation of that particular statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you're proposing a finding of fact that there's inadequate sewer and water to conform with guideline 1 in the area proposed to be rezoned.
Well, we've been told over and over again.
Oh, no, ma'am, I understand. I'm just.
No, he's just trying to condense it, Squire Booth. He's just trying to condense it. Let him. I appreciate that, Rick. Maybe you could do that a lot, make this not so burdensome on.
Oh, no,
camera.
I'm not wanting to get in anybody's way. I was just trying to, again, to distill it to the issue.
Yeah,
Well,
I understand what
this
you're
is
doing.
a conditional use permit statement.
No, it's a zoning. No, that's what I'm afraid of. You all, no, it's
Yes,
not a
that's
conditional
what-
use
yeah.
permit. It's a zone,
Right.
it's a zone amendment.
That's what I meant to say. They're two
Yes, ma'am.
separate issues. And the people that testified to the Planning and Zoning Commission were simply told that their comments were not appropriate for.
All right, Squire, I'm going to ask you if you just hold off on those statements so we can continue on with findings of fact. Squire Blackburn.
Squire
may-
Sebastian, did
Judge,
that
may I-
correctly state your concerns?
Okay.
Yes, Counselor Sparks. Judge, would you like to go on to someone else, or would you like for me to continue to give what I have as finding of fact?
No,
Please.
I'll let you continue. If you could, condense it to the best you can to make it just a finding of fact.
So am I
Okay.
condensing that one to what?
No,
Counselor
just keep it
Sparks-
as it is, as
Okay.
she's already said. Go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you. So I'm going again from the staff report, keeping it to the zone change request. The guideline 2 states flexibility should be given where the proposed development will not have an adverse effect on the surrounding uses. And I'm specifically stating that because it's in the comp plan. Those words are specifically in the comp plan.
Okay, is that your finding of fact?
No, sir. So I'm stating what's in the comp plan. Now I'm going to, again, for the same rationale, going to say that this is equally inconsistent and will serve the exact opposite of the stated purpose as the surrounding uses are clearly permanent residential
Is that it, period?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have another finding of fact?
Yes, sir.
But, could I just have her read that one over
All
again,
right,
just to
re-
make
re-
sure I
read
have it all?
Yeah, read it over again, so make sure we have it.
Flexibility should be given where the proposed development will not have an adverse effect on the surrounding uses. This is equally inconsistent and will serve the exact opposite of the stated purpose. The surrounding uses are clearly permanent residential.
Okay, we got it.
Judge, should I proceed?
How many more do you have, Squire?
Several.
Okay, well, okay, if you go ahead, and then we want to make sure everybody else gets an opportunity too.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
ahead.
The staff report guideline 3 states, this is directly from the comprehensive plan. No new development shall occur where there is not an adequate water supply and water pressure for fire protection services. That's directly from the comp plan.
Squire, respectfully, that is a development question. That's not a zoning question. That you addressed that in your finding number 1.
So are you saying I cannot offer this as a finding of fact?
Yes, ma'am, but you can offer anything you want to, but it's completely irrelevant to the question of whether or not the proposed zoning is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. Even on the very language you just quoted, it was referencing development restrictions.
But it was stated in material that was provided to us in support of the approval by the Planning Commission.
Ma'am, there were a lot of things stated in that report. There were a lot of things stated in the testimony that has been identified as not pertinent to the issue under 100-213. The issue before you is whether or not the proposed zone change is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. The
Okay.
language you just quoted refers to development.
So you're advising not to proceed with this, okay?
No, I'm just pointing out it's not. You covered it in item 1 regarding the goal to
Okay.
for zone changes, et cetera, for adequate sewer, utilities, water, et cetera.
All right.
The one you quoted is referenced a restriction and it guides development, how to approve them, et cetera. It's not necessarily relevant to whether the zone RR or AG is appropriate.
All right, then I will proceed on. Page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is adjacent only to a mobile home park. But does not specify that the property is bounded by single family homes. I'm trying to condense it.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
You may. How many more do you have?
Just maybe 2 or 3 more.
Okay.
Okay. The next is the Franklin County zoning ordinance. Establishes 21 zoning districts. That okay? May I proceed?
Yes. Tell her to go
Okay.
ahead.
The next is page 1 of the staff report.
So that was a finding of fact? that
Yes,
21
sir.
zoning-
Okay,
Okay,
so
Yes,
now,
sir. Support of
So-
this next.
so this is a new finding of fact that you're giving?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Page 1 of the staff report. Notes that the subject property is surrounded by zoning districts RR, which is single family
Okay.
rural residential district, RB as in boy, which is single family residential suburban density district, And finally, RM as in Mary, Mobile Home District.
Is that a finding of fact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have another one?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
That one.
Page 2 of the staff report notes the purpose of the existing zoning RR. Is intended to establish and preserve a quiet, single family home neighborhood. The district is intended to be very low density.
Okay.
Is that conclude your findings of fact?
I just have one more statement to add to that finding, sir.
Okay.
This is just what the current zoning does. And moving forward, with the proposed zone change request, is incompatible.
Okay.
Squire, you were doing really great up into the editorializing at the end. If the finding of fact is limited to, if you want to say it's incompatible, that probably sums up your proposed finding.
All right, then I'll take your language there being incompatible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your?
I have two more, Judge, and I'm trying to make them as short as I possibly can.
Please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There was, let's see. I am submitting KRS 139.200 subsection 2.
Hold on. Slow down.
KRS what?
139.200 section 2 subsection 2 subsection A.
A is an apple.
Yes, ma'am. A is an apple.
Okay.
The entitlement of that KRS statute is imposition of sales tax.
Okay.
And the finding under that is that this tax shall not apply to rooms, lodgings, campsites, or accommodations.
Rooms, lodging,
campsites.
Okay.
Or accommodations supplied.
Okay.
For a continuous period
okay.
of 30 days or more.
Okay.
And then the final finding that I offer is that the 2021 real property tax for Franklin County is 18.5%.
Actually, won't that be for 21?
It is
22?
2021. It's for
20.
20.
For 22. Did we change that for 20? Would it be for 20?
The real property tax bills will go out in November for the rate that we just assessed.
Okay. Right. Sorry.
Court, just a reminder on that. You're making speculations about what will actually occur there. The question before the court is whether or not the current zoning is appropriate and the proposed zoning is appropriate or not. I just, again, try to rein it back on those questions. That finding is not necessarily applicable, although it's a valid consideration for future development, but it's not necessarily applicable to the question before you, which is the zone change RR to AG.
How is it not? Because that's a major economic change.
That is not a factor as to whether the zone should be changed, and you're presuming that it's going to be used for a particular purpose, and you cannot make that presumption.
Staff has stated it routinely in all the documents that we have before us in the
The
staff.
court and the staff and everybody said all kinds of things that aren't necessarily relevant to that question, which is whether RR is appropriate versus AG. You're getting into that quandary of going into what the development would be. And I don't mean to be hyper precise, but that's not the consideration before the court. That is a valid factor as they put in developments or approvals on it. But the question is comparing AG to RR as it fits the master plan, comprehensive plan, pardon me.
So Judge, that is the final finding I have about the tax rate.
Thank you. So Counselor, and maybe this question should be answered when it comes to voting, but I'll ask it now. How does the court handle those situations when they're not pertinent to, even though they're stated as findings of fact, but they're not pertinent to the zone change?
The Honorable Squire put that out as a finding of fact, and if that is proposed, then the court can vote on it. I would not interfere in the court's exercise of its duty. My comment was just to try to keep the issue on the table. What the issue on the table is, you can vote for any finding of fact proposed, and you should do so. Please don't get me wrong. I was just simply trying to keep the issue what the issue is. There's a lot of opportunities in these to bring in extraneous factors that are not necessarily germane at this point. And I was just trying to keep it between the beacons.
Okay, thank you. Tambra, would you go back over how many findings of fact do we have in the denial? I guess so how many findings of fact have we gotten so far? Excuse me.
I have one for Squire Booth. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Squire Sebastian.
Okay, so there's 9 findings of fact at the present time. Are there any other findings of fact? Squire Moore?
There it goes. Yeah, I thought we were going to go squire by squire. But, I have a concern over, are we going to debate these in open court? Or are we going to debate them now and pass a list forward?
Really, we're going to come back into the voting session and vote on them, and that would be a time to confirm or deny would be your opportunity. But
the reason I ask is I would like a hard copy of these or something.
You will.
I will, but I don't know that everybody will. But anyway, I have some findings of facts to add also.
Okay.
And I'll just read them off. Number 1 is the comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property for rural activities. Number 2.
Hang on.
Hang on.
The comp plan, the future.
Say it again, Squire.
The comprehensive plan, future route use plan designates this property for rural activities.
Did you get it? Okay.
the rural AG zone district is an appropriate zone district for the rural activities land use designation.
Okay, say it again.
The agricultural AG zone district is an appropriate zone district for the rural activities land use designation.
Okay,
I have one more.
okay,
Hold on.
hold on.
I'll wait.
All right,
There have been major economic, social, and physical changes in the area that were not anticipated when the comprehensive plan was adopted.
okay.
You got that, Tamara?
Yes, sir.
You have another one?
No, that's it.
So
Okay.
if I could, what I would like to do is I'm handwriting these down and I have Mr. Ben Judah is also noting them as you go. And I would like a few minutes to just coordinate my notes with Ben's notes. And then I would like for Ben to do a screen share to where everyone can see on the screen to make sure that we have everything exactly how you all want it entered into the record, if that's okay.
All right, so we're gonna recess for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, Tamara?
I need time to go just to meet with Ben, and then he can work on it as the meeting proceeds, because we won't vote on these until the voting session.
Okay, so we're gonna recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 10:50 and Squire Tracy, you have, I'm sorry. Squire
I was
Tracy.
gonna say, Judge, are
You're
there
fine.
any other squires who have any other findings they want to
Yeah,
propose?
I know, I am, I apologize. Squire Tracy.
You're fine, Judge. I was just wanting to know if it would be okay to go ahead and make a motion to cease findings of fact.
We're not motioning that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But let me just say, are there any more findings of fact? Seeing none, and I think this will satisfy what you just said, Squire Tracy. Seeing none, we will go to recess and we'll come back and review the findings of fact that have been presented, and then move forward, right?
Yes, and if you have them in writing, if you want to email those to Ben, that would be awesome. Especially Squire Sebastian, since she had several and they were lengthy.
Okay, so at this point in time, we're gone 5 minutes of, so it'll be 10:52. So we are recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Tamara, you and Ben get together and look at it.
Okay.
we have on the screen the findings of fact, and Booth and Sebastian and Moore, Squires, you all presented findings of fact. And let's start. Is that how you want to do it, Tambra? To make sure that what is up on the screen, you can see it, is what you said. So Squire Booth, you're first. Is that what you said? And what you want to be finding of fact?
Yes.
Maybe we should read these off because of.
All right, 10.01 acres of 505 Jones Lane, instead of Jones Lanes, is near federally protected lands. Is
Yeah.
that correct, Squire Booth?
Yeah, I said the singular land, not lands, but land. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Squire Sebastian, I'll go with one guy. We'll go with one and I'll read each one of them.
What's the name of this federally protected land?
It's a wetland.
Is it federally protected? I've never known that.
It is.
It's because of all wetlands being federally protected. Is that why?
No, this is federally protected land that's in between Noel's property and Jones Lane.
Okay.
You'll see it. You know it's there. It's got
I know it's.
You know it's there.
Squire Sebastian, why don't you just read yours if you would, and make any corrections? Let's just go one at a time. Would you mind reading it?
You may not be able to see it.
All right, I'll read it for you. Sebastian, guideline 1, development on public water sewer shall not exceed 1 unit per 1.5 acres. Staff report specifies in staff testimony that 99 units will be on the 10 acre property, not acres property, 10 acre property. This is inconsistent with and will not satisfy the condition in guideline 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have a question about that.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding, and Mr. Judah can correct me, that should, well, I don't know what it should say, but that is really
for houses. I think Mr. Judah, and I remember him
1
saying
unit per 1.5 acres is without sewer systems, not with sewer systems. I don't think that's correct.
This is directly quoted from the Franklin County Urban Land Use Plan.
But that's not a correct statement, even if it's in the plan, because if you've got
we have to take
sewers.
that up. We have to take that up during the comp plan revision, I think. Do we move on to guideline 2?
I haven't got an answer, Mr. Judah, on this.
Hold on. Mr. Judah, can you answer Squire Moore's question?
Yes, I have my comprehensive plan right here. Let me just read that section that Squire Sebastian is reading from, and just let me read that language real quick. Development and rural activities areas that is served by public/private water shall not exceed 1 unit per 10 acres. Development that is served by public water and sewer shall not exceed 1 unit per 1.5 acres, provided that there is sufficient capacity to serve those units. So I don't know if there is a typo in the comprehensive plan, but I think that there might be an extra word "not" in there, because it says the same thing for with and without. But yeah, I did testify on Monday that I was kind of interpreting it to be kind of more for single family homes, not necessarily campsites, to mean units. Because I mean, when you look at a single family home, it will have standard setbacks that the zoning district determines what those setbacks are, and that wouldn't necessarily apply to 99 campsites. So that's kind of where how I landed there.
Well, what I see there is we've got, and I'm off the subject because I'm talking about other properties now, but we've got, contrary to this, in all of West Ridge development, we've got half-acre lots with development on them. There's a word missing here is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there might be. There's something we might need to clean up on our comp plan update.
Next guideline, is that it, Squire Moore?
I need Ben to add, in that last sentence there, add, this is inconsistent.
This is, yes, put is in there, Ben, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Next one, Sebastian. Guideline 2 states flexibility should be given where the proposed development will not have an adverse effect on the surrounding land uses. This is equally inconsistent and will be the exact opposite of the stated purpose, as the surrounding uses are clearly permanent residential.
I think there's one word in there that's not in the plan, and it's surrounding, where it says surrounding land uses. Land is not in the document,
Okay.
the word land.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. This is by Sebastian again. Guideline 3 states no new development shall occur where there is not adequate water supply and water pressure for the fire protection services.
So if I may, real quick, the reason why I have question marks here is when this was initially brought up, Mr. Sparks kind of made it seem like Squire Sebastian was going to back off this one. So that's why I put question marks there. Squire Sebastian wasn't sure if you intended to keep this one in or if you wanted to strike it.
Oh, let me clarify. I'm not, if the squires have presented it, that's their job. My point when I brought that up was, again, just to focus on the issue. The question before the court is whether RR is appropriate and whether AG is appropriate as well and should be changed. Vote on anything you put on there, but the issue before the court is a zone change from RR to AG. And I just pointed out that sometimes it seems like there's an issue of presumptive use, but the question is not presumptive use, which is speculative. The question is comparing two zones and whether or not AG would be appropriate under the comprehensive plan. So I'm not suggesting take it away, add it, whatever. If that's the pleasure to vote on it, but just focus on just be mindful of what the issue before the court is.
Thank you, Counselor Sparks.
So we're gonna leave it in.
Yes, please. And there's more to accompany that then, if that is the case. And it's minor, okay? So the comment is after what is typed here, this zone change will not satisfy this guideline based on, well, I'll take off the based on, I'm sorry.
Period.
Yes, and all I was going to add is the moment the zone change proceeds to AG.
Is this something I need to add on to here?
Yes, please. Well, actually, it's okay. You can take that out. We'll just leave it as it is.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything to make it simple.
Thank you. All right. We're okay with that one. Now let's go to another one from Sebastian, page 1. Notes that the subject property is adjacent.
Sorry.
Notes that the subject property is adjacent only to a mobile home park, but does not specify that the property is bounded by single family homes.
So what it should say is that page 1 notes, page 1 of the staff report, page 1 of the staff report notes only that the subject property is adjacent to a mobile home park. Or it can be there. Only can be, you can take that out there. That's fine, Ben. I see it in the other place. I'm sorry.
Okay. The next one from Sebastian. The Franklin County zoning ordinance established 21 zoning districts.
That's correct.
Ben, can you confirm that that is true?
I can count them real quick. I'm sure it sounds right. But
Okay.
let me look.
Okay, and we'll keep going.
Okay.
So this one from Sebastian. Page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is surrounded by zoning districts. RR, single family rural residential district, RB, single family residential suburban density district, RM, mobile home district.
Yes.
Okay, the next one, Sebastian, page 2 of the report notes that the purpose of the existing zoning RR is intended to establish and preserve a quiet single-family home neighborhood. The district is intended to be low density. This is just what the current zoning does, and moving forward with the proposed zone change request is incompatible.
That's boiled down well. Thank you.
The next one from Sebastian, KRS 139.200, subsection 2, subsection A, imposition of sales tax. This tax shall not apply to rooms, lodging, campsites, or accommodations supplied for a continuous period of 30 days or more. That what you wanted to be said?
Yes, sir, Judge. I didn't think you wanted the whole 139.200, which mentioned a variety of things, but that's the primary statement.
That's fine. The next one from Sebastian, 2021 real property tax is 18.5%.
Yes, sir.
Right. The next one is from Squire Moore. A comprehensive plan, future land use map designates the property as rural activities. Is that what you'd like, Squire Moore?
Yes.
And the next one, AG zoning is an appropriate zone district for the rural activities land use designation.
Yes.
And the last one, there have been major economic, social, fiscal changes in the area that were not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
All right. Those are all the findings of fact, and we will come back and vote on those in just a few minutes when we get to the voting session.
Okay. And I need Ben to email those to me so that I can prepare my voting agenda for those, please.
Okay.
All right, I'll do that right now.
All right.
Can you, Judge?
I don't know who's saying this. Who? Squire Muller or Squire Tracy. Go ahead, Squire Tracy. Sorry.
Can we get those sent to us as well?
Yes.
Emailed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. And I know this is pretty new to all of us, and I'm not an attorney, so I'd like to ask our attorney a couple of questions. Mr. Sparks, that guidelines 1 and 3, you said were part of kind of the development process, but we still should vote on them, even though it's just a zone change?
I love that word should. The request has been made by the Squire to present that as a finding of fact. I lack the prerequisite to restrict in this matter what you vote on. My point was that with the way the matter was presented and with the way certain testimony went, there seemed to have been a tendency to focus on presumptive or speculative uses. The question before the body on this date is based upon the record and the testimony elicited, staff report, etc., whether or not the zone change from RR to AG should be approved. And that standard is contained in 100.213 under the body of paragraph 1, whether the proposed zone change is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. There was other testimony, and rightfully so, because you get to hear the whole picture, not in a vacuum, that were perhaps not exactly germane to that question. That is the only question before the court, whether or not the zone change should occur. It is whether AG would be appropriate And the findings of fact can be anything anybody wants it to be, extraneous or not, but that's the focus of the issue.
Okay, and then one more clarification, if I might, Council, on Squire Moore's, I think his last one, he stated, there's been change in that area, but the area is not defined, is it the west side of Frankfurt? Is it just a mile from that area? So is that a fair question to ask?
The area I heard the word area in the narrow form, again, because what's on the table, which is the area proposed to be subject to the zone change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Squire Tracy, have you gotten your questions answered? All right. Okay, all right, let's move now to the next item. And the next item is a second reading of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1 zoning map changes for the Franklin County ordinance of 10.10 acres. Property is PVA map, and you got that located 505 Jones Lane. You all know that will be part of the voting, so we all have been dealing with that for the last hour. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing filing of an application with Kentucky Energy Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management. Brittany?
Yes. So this is an application for the 2022 litter abatement funds. We apply for this every year. There's no match for the grant. Funding to the county is dispersed based on number of public road miles, rural and total population. And when we receive this money, this funding goes towards the roadside cleanup program and education initiatives against litter. Any money unspent would have to be returned to the cabinet. My department had spent all the money in 2020, and I'm on track to do so in 2021.
All right, any questions? All right, thank you, Brittany. Great program. Thank you for continuing to get that. We think it's a great program. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with Kentucky Association of Counties, otherwise known as KACO, for grant funds to be used for the purchase of defibrillators for various county facilities. And
Yes, this is a grant program that KACO has that's designed to minimize risk. So what we would like to apply for are several units of automated electronic defibrillators, or AEDs, to be placed at county locations. We would, of course, acknowledge that we understand the KRS statutes, which cover the use of AEDs in Kentucky. And there's a 20% local match. I have on the resolution not to exceed 10,000. I do not believe it will be that much for 6 units that we plan to apply for, but that is a not to exceed amount.
And on top of that, Chief Brewer, you and the fire department, we hope you've done training before, so we'll ask that you make sure wherever these go, that we make sure that staff that would be using these will be adequately trained as well.
Yes, that's one of the KRS statutes, that the users have to have been through the American Red Cross certification process.
Okay, Chief Brewer.
Yes, Judge, just gonna let you know that we do have personnel trained to do AED and CPR certifications in-house. I don't know, I don't believe they're American Red Cross certified, so I don't know if it has to be through the Red Cross.
I'm sure certification will be fine. All right, good, thanks. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm AED certified, and it doesn't necessarily have to be through the Red Cross. There are a variety of certifications, that certifying organizations that will be accepted by. I had 2 questions. What line item are we going to pull the match from? Are we going to pull it out of the fire department's budget? I'm just trying to figure that out.
And figure that out either, probably, because we're just applying for it, and then when we win, and if we get it in the amount, then we'll look and see who or where we can get it from.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, because they're going to be located in a variety of locations, and
Correct.
it's my understanding wherever they may be located, all staff need to be trained in utilizing them because you never know who's going to be in the facility at the time when it's needed, as we just heard earlier today when life-saving skills were needed. So I just share that everybody will have to get trained if they're in a facility where it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, no. All right. Next item. And Ann, thank you for pursuing this.
I think Squire Tracy has a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Thank you, Judge. Quick question. Have the facilities, the sites been identified on where, if and when we receive them, have they been identified on where they're going to go?
There are some ideas of that, but I will leave that up to the Health and Safety Committee to determine where's the most appropriate spots.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right. Next, authorization to approve a letter of agreement with the Commonwealth of Kentucky Office of Health Data and Analytics for reporting of COVID-19 tests performed by the Franklin County Fire Department. Chief Brewer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Court. I think we can all say that recently we've seen a pretty severe increase in COVID cases. This is just a step that the fire department is trying to take to be proactive. We're trying to get to where we can at least provide tests in-house for our employees, just to help be more efficient on staffing, get people back to work if there is an exposure. One of the steps that we have to take through that is to enter a letter of agreement with the Kentucky Office of Health and Data Analytics. This is basically saying that we will report any results of any testing that we complete per their standards. It has been reviewed by Councilor Sparks, who did not have any objections to the agreement.
It's a great idea, y'all, and I commend the fire department for having that service available. This is a technical requirement to ensure compliance with the reporting to the state as just equivalent to any other testing facility.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I just wondered how many staff will receive training on the appropriate method to administer these tests?
As of right now, we're planning on limiting that to just more than likely the chief and myself, just to keep tight control of it because there are so many tight stipulations on reporting and control of the tests.
Okay. And do you know which COVID test the training will be administered for? Is it the saliva? Is it PCR? Is it antibody? Or is it a break of all of them?
It's the, I believe it's the Binax antigen test. We're working with the health department. We've actually scheduled the training on how to properly perform the tests next week with them. But I believe it's going to be the rapid test, and it will be the, I believe it's the Binax antigen test.
And is there any special equipment that will be needed to like store the test results before they get transmitted to wherever they have to go for filing? Or I don't really know the process.
As of right now, from my conversations with the personnel at the health department, they've given us the information to create a form. So we'll have a form to record all the data, and then everything is uploaded through this Kentucky Health Information Exchange, which is where we'll do all our reporting through.
Mr. Russell, I think, are you there to answer? Could you answer that question?
I can, sir. It's the same rapid test that the health department gives. There is a very simple test. It's just the nasal swab, and then they add a reagent to it, and the kind of like a hazmat test. If something's going to pop positive, it will in a very short amount of time, 15-minute period. And then all the reporting is what Brian and Chief Hutcherson would have to do. So
Squire Sebastian asked, how do you dispose of, or do you keep those vials after they've been used? How do you dispose of them? I guess through hazardous materials.
We can do it through biohazard, or okay. I don't think there's anything significant in there. I think they can throw them away, but they have biohazard stuff out there anyway.
Okay,
Thank
Squire Blackburn.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Is this testing site just for fire department employees and no one else? Or is this a site for the public to come and take advantage of?
This is just going to be set up for a site for fire department employees only. We're just trying to take this step to make sure that we can get guys through testing if there is an exposure incident that occurs, and get them back to work as fast as possible. Because I'm sure if any of you have tried to schedule an appointment for any testing, the healthcare facilities that are doing it are overwhelmed and overloaded right now. So we're seeing some delays and hearing of some delays at other testing facilities.
So this just gives you guys the ability to test on site and not have to leave work and address it immediately if you have a concern, and it's just for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. I think that's a great idea.
Squire Tracy, I think you were before Squire Muller, and then we'll get Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Just one quick question. So scenario, you go to a firehouse, you test, it's 8:30. Obviously these guys are in close proximity. So being short-staffed already, when you get to the firehouse and you test, and let's say one does test positive, the whole station or those two employees both will be sent, one because of testing positive to go to isolation, and the other would be because of exposure. Would that be accurate?
If we do have a positive, then apologize. If we do have a positive case that's determined, then we will follow the county policy on contact tracing, and then we would hire in to fill that station as quick as possible. And then any person who is on shift who tested positive would be sent home per county policy.
Okay, and then I guess my next question would be, just to follow back up, so you and Chief Hutcherson will be the only two that are administering these tests, correct?
As of right now, that's what we're planning to set up to do, just to have control over the tests because they're so highly sought after.
Right. So follow up, if per se, obviously with all the, I don't want to use the word backlog because I think the health department's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday testing sites is doing really well. But if there were other county employees outside of the fire department that needed a test, is that going to be possible in the future? And maybe that's for Judge
I would
West.
say yes, that would be the case. But right now we're limited on, I think they just ordered one kit, and the kit only has 40 tests in it. Isn't that right, Tommy?
Yes, sir. And we are testing all city and county employees over here that need a test.
Yeah, you're still doing that at the city. Yeah.
That's correct.
First I've heard of it, Tommy. So thank you.
Yes,
but
sir.
again,
We've created a portal where you can go in, if the supervisor has somebody that is a close contact, and it automatically sets up a date and a time, and we test right then, and results are 15-minute tests. Squire.
Thank you so much.
Just elaborate on that, Squire Tracy. These, we're going to try to use these for those emergency cases. The ones that we have foresight on, we're going to still try to go through scheduling process at those facilities if they can get in the time frame. But for the emergency cases, is one of the main reasons we're looking at doing this.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Squire Tracy pretty much answered mine. I was thinking about our sheriff's department or county clerk's office, coroner's department. So sounds like everybody has it covered. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on that? All right. Thank you, Chief. And I guess just most importantly that you and Chief Hutcherson will be adequately protected when you give these tests.
Absolutely. We have the proper PPE to be able to administer the tests. So that shouldn't be an issue.
All right. Good deal. Stay safe. Thank you. All right. Let's go to the next item. The next item is authorization to approve subsidizing employee health insurance premiums for dependent plans with Humana for the calendar year 2022. Betty Jo, I'll let you start. I do see that we have Jamie Bennett on the line. Go ahead, Betty.
Okay, this is authorization to approve subsidizing employee health insurance premiums for dependent plans with Humana for calendar year 2022. The purpose of this is to lower the monthly premium for employees for dependent health insurance for calendar year 2022. Offsetting the monthly premium of the health insurance for employees will be greatly beneficial to the county in the retention and recruitment of employees. Currently the county is not competitive. We did a lot of research this year, a lot of surrounding counties, not only surrounding counties, but other counties that is similar to our size and similar to how many people is on the health insurance. We reached out to a lot of different counties. We received that information. We talked to KCO this year about some other options. The committee, the benefits committee requested a lot of information. Beam Group, they provided that to us, and it's really helped us to have a good look at what our health insurance at the county is. So basically, we're not competitive with the employee cost of dependent coverage. We're very competitive though with our premiums. If you notice on the benchmarking data report you received, our premiums we're pretty good with our premiums. The competitive part basically comes in is we don't subsidize any percentages of the dependent coverage. The benefits committee met on September 14th to review the current premium option on several premium options. The committee does consist of Judge Wells, Deputy Herod, myself, Squire Sebastian, and Squire Muller. Squire Sebastian and Squire Muller was in favor of alternate 1. The judge was in favor of alternate 2. The recommendation is to approve subsidizing the monthly insurance for the dependent coverage.
Okay. Jamie, do you have anything else to say before we go for questions?
No, I would just like to thank the committee for all of their hard work. We picked the health insurance program apart, and as Betty Jo stated, I think we affirmed several things. One is our rates in comparison to surrounding counties and other entities that are similar to Franklin County in size, far and above, we have the best rate. Secondly, from my standpoint, option 1 or option 2 is either one, I think, would be a good step in providing dependent coverage more affordable, because it is my understanding what led us to start this process was we had lost several employees to a competing employer where the cost of dependent coverage was substantially less. Healthcare, as all of you know, unless you've been living under a rock somewhere, is getting just stupid as far as the cost it takes to provide health care. A lot of reasons for that. I won't go into them, but just want to state that I don't think the county would be making a mistake by choosing alternate 1 or alternate 2.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I also like to thank you, Squire Sebastian, and everybody that's on that committee. It's been a lot of things talked about. I think we can all, on the fiscal court here, agree we want to do what's best for our employees and their families. It's just a tough time right now. You know, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We just heard the fire department talking about it. So I just want to kind of share with everybody that's, you know, why I voted for alternate 1. You know, I think it's still making a difference for our employees, but, you know, it's also kind of being fiscally conservative, just not knowing, you know, I know we're lucky enough this year not to have a rate increase, but who knows, just kind of like Mr. Bennett said, where we're going to head in the future. We're kind of in the world of unknown right now. So I look forward to hearing everybody's thoughts. Thank you.
Squire Blackburn.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the members on the committee why they chose the options they chose over another option. What they thought the pros and the cons were.
All right, since I'm two of the members voted for alternate one, I voted for alternate two, and the alternate as you can see, the difference is minuscule, $6 difference, but what it does is it lowers the out of pocket, the maximum amount of pocket, and I think that's important. It doesn't happen quite that much, but when it does, it's quite expensive. And so this changes it from the single plan from 6,500 to 5,000, and from the family plan from 13,000 to 10,000. So that's why I think it's important that we look at that for that minuscule amount. And that's why I voted for it. Now, the other two squires voted for alternate one. I was for alternate two. So that was my reasoning. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Squire Blackburn, I guess what we kind of really got into it was we only had, I think, 2 employees out of 200 that met the out of pocket, the max. So we were looking at some other things, but if you look on your sheets here, one of the things Squire Sebastian brought up was, how many people might change their plan when we make this change. So I think what they've provided for us is, a 10% increase or 20%, because we really don't know how many employees are going to change their plan if and when we do make a change. So I think there was some hesitation, at least on my side. When we started out, it was, maybe a $40,000 difference. But as they've shown, it could be, $160,000, $180,000, depending on how many people might change a plan, because we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know what's going to happen when and if we make a change. So I just want to kind of explain a little bit more. Thanks.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and Squire Muller, thank you very much. I did ask because the initial documents that the committee received were exactly as the coverage is currently. So we really weren't able to, and I asked to introduce a statistical model that if we increased the coverage levels to figure out how many may take more advantage of the increased coverage. And it's prudent, I considered this in my thought process, that it's prudent really to consider incremental and measured changes in our healthcare, because our provider noted how fortunate Franklin County is to be offered the very same rate, which counties have not been offered the very same rate that we had last year. And a lot of that is certainly with the same carrier. And that's due to the face of the healthcare needs that are rapidly changing, largely due to the unforeseen pandemic. I mean, who knew 2 years ago and who knew last year we would still be in the throes of things and at the level that we currently are. So no one foresaw that. And, the end is hopefully is in sight, but none of us have, as Squire Muller noted, that crystal ball. So that was really my position during the initial discussions, that we need to look at this as a measured way of demonstrating to the employees that we are hearing their concerns, taking them certainly to heart, and making that measured approach, not knowing what the future is going to hold and how many individuals will choose to shift coverage of the current plans they have to a different type of coverage. And we're certainly happy to be able to offer a variety of coverage for the family types that they have. Thank you very much.
Betty Jo, we've asked you, and I think you have information on our biggest competitor. If you take the city out, we're still, the city's cheaper than us, but our biggest competitor would be the state government. And you have some thoughts, you have some stats on that. Would you talk about the difference between family plans and spouse and children with state government and what we're proposing?
Yes, I'll start with the out of pocket with the state plans. Keep in mind, the state does have 4 different plans to choose from. But the maximum out of pocket for a single, it goes anywhere from 3,000 up to 5,250. The family plan goes from anywhere from 5,750 to 10,2.
So
Okay.
that's a lot. That's still a lot of difference, isn't it?
It's still a whole lot of difference. Yes, it is. On the premiums, it goes from anywhere from a single plan of 50.90 to 24.28 a month. Family plan 368, 682, 321, and 289. What I'm quoting you is 4 different plans, okay? And that's why I'm giving you 4 different premiums. So the state plan is still more, but they have a whole lot more employees too. So that's with the state.
Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to say that the family plan option, the option that I take for my family is over $700 a month. So, I'm not sure, I've got all the figures here in front of me, but I know what I pay over a month, and it's well over $700 a month for my family. So just saying, there is there's quite a bit you can pay based on the coverage that you choose across the plans. Thank you very much.
Correct. And also too, with one of our competitors is Scott County and Shelby County and Scott County. In Scott County, basically they are paying 100% of the single and 92% of the dependent coverage. Shelby County, I'm sorry, is paying 88% of the single and 78% of dependent coverage. So as you notice on your benchmarking data, a lot of counties is paying some type of percentage on the dependent coverage, and that's what we found. I know that this will make a tremendous impact to the county employees. We have been losing employees to other counties, city actually, and I know we can't compare to the city, but I know since I've been here almost 9 years, this is what I've heard with trying to recruit employees. Our salary is low, as you noticed. They've been doing a comp study of the salaries, and I just believe that our benefits could be a little bit better with this point, and our committee does too. Our committee worked really hard on this for a couple months. And I also want to thank the judge. He has been an advocate about this since he became county judge. From day one, he said he wanted this changed, whatever it takes, whatever we need to do. He wanted some type of subsidies for the dependents. And I just really want to thank the county judge for putting this out in front and us tackling this, and also thank the committee of all of your ideas and questions. We really did this as a team. And I just I appreciate that. And I know the county employees appreciates that also.
Thank you, Betty. Department heads, do you want to say anything? I know you hear you're front line, so you hear what people have to say. Do you have any thoughts? Anybody from the department heads want to speak up?
It's Chief Hutcherson.
Yes. Oh, hey, Chief.
I too want to thank the Benefits Committee for all their hard work and delving into this. Betty Jo has done numerous researching, and we appreciate that. I've heard it from the membership for years. You can't afford family insurance and but it's I mean, if you've seen one of the checks where the family insurance comes out of it, it's pretty sad. It'd be a great thing if we can help our employees.
All right, thank you. Any other department heads? Charlie Lewis. Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Judge. And I appreciate the committee's hard work on this as well. It's great to see all these different options. And I took a poll with my full-time guys, and it was unanimous option number 2. But, you know, I know that the option number 1 might be a little bit cheaper on the front end. So they were all appreciative to just see the options and see the differences of what's out there. So again, thanks for all your hard work.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Jamie, you have Kyle on the line, and you too. I guess you something was discussed about number of people switching over. Do you have a thought about that?
I do. It's very difficult to put a firm number down and say we expect 10 more families, we expect 15 more families, we expect 20. And the reason being the demographics of Franklin County are a little different than let's say Shelby or Scott. You know, one is state government is probably your single biggest competitor to recruiting employees outside of the city. That being said, the city is spending almost $15,000 per employee. And I don't think the county is anywhere near that number. I also would like to say that the difference between option 1 and 2 will make a big difference as far as what someone who's in a crisis healthcare event would face. But in the overall money for the plan, it's less than 2% of cost. So, you know, I guess I'm giving a little plug for option 2. But as far as putting a hard number on the migration from other employers over to the county, I just don't think you can put a solid number there. Somebody said something about a crystal ball, and I think that's what you'd need. The last comment would be, it's not just the number of people that would have an effect on your plan, it would be their health.
Amen. Amen.
That would also have an effect on your plan. If you know, you added a family and you know we had one child born with hemophilia, guess what? We've got a huge claim. So again, I don't think it's the number of people that migrate over as much as my concern with is we don't know the health of the individuals that we might be picking up. But final statement, promise, I'll be quiet. I think it's time that we did start subsidizing family coverage more than we are.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for being on the line. And most importantly, we've all passed congratulatories around and they're appreciated. Let's not forget the BIM group that for years has been giving us fantastic premiums based on, as a matter of fact, Jamie, how many years is this in a row that we've been able to hold at no change?
This is the second year in a row. We also had a rate decrease 3 years ago. And as you can see by the benchmarking data, the cost of a single plan and the coverage, you're blowing a lot of your surrounding counties away.
Awesome. It's all about competition too, but it's mostly, and it should be all about coverage for our employees, but competition comes in to play.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? And Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. I see alternate 1 and 2. No one's mentioned 3. Was that not an option, or?
It was an option, but there were 3 of us and we all decided two decided on one and the other one decided on two. So we didn't, we thought that was a little more costly.
Okay. Second question. Obviously, it appears that everyone in the county, as far as staff, because I've received phone calls, emails, and more emails, are aware of this, and some were very pleasant to talk to. So my question would be this: when conversations were had, was there any poll taking to see who may not be on a plan today that says, hey, if you all take option X, we're interested in joining? Because there were probably half and half that I spoke to that were not participants of the coverage. So was there any polling taken of county employees when you all were?
I think you know that answer. You know that there wasn't a poll taken. And Betty, are we allowed to do that? Does that violate HIPAA by asking people what coverage they have and then asking them would they change? I'm not sure that you can.
I didn't ask that question. That's not what I asked.
I know, but I'm asking that question.
Okay.
It doesn't violate HIPAA, but actually, we did actually, I talked to the department heads, and then I had some BCs at the fire department, and we did actually, and we didn't put it on paper, but yes, we did have the department heads reach out to the employees, and what I've heard and what I have on paper is basically we probably have about 3 families that would jump on the plan, okay? And maybe a total of 10 total employees that would either add their family, spouse, or child. So yes, we did do that. Actually, it was verbally. They just called me and said, "Hey, so and so. I don't want to give names, but so and so would jump on the plane." I'm like, "Okay." So yes, that we did do that.
It wasn't a formal poll, though.
Correct.
Okay. And you heard Charlie Lewis say that he asked his employees. So your question was there a formal poll? And no, there was not.
Okay, but there was. So you're looking at, Betty Jo, just to go back to what you said, you're looking at 3 coming from the fire department.
Well, we don't know. That's just unofficial.
Okay.
It could be the people I talked to could be 3 families maybe coming on, not necessarily at the fire. I think it was 2 at the fire and maybe 1 at the road. I can't really, but altogether it may be, like I said, the maximum would be 10 that we did when we took the poll, because their insurance is either with the state or teachers, and it's still a little bit better in ours.
Okay. And just to be clear, what would be the difference for the county as far as cost between the 2 options?
Jamie, can you?
If you're looking at the cost of a single plan, which we provide to every employee, less than 2% difference between options 1 and 2. I don't think, Squire, that I would go out on a limb and say we're going to have no more than 10, no less than 20. I just don't know a way to predict that.
Yeah.
I think if you compare it to the state plan, most of the employees are going to stay on the state plan with dependents.
So with that being said, and no disrespect, why in the world wouldn't the county piggyback off the state plan?
Because the state plan's single rate is well over $700. Look at, is your single rate broken down? Do you have it in front of you? It's less than 5. Yeah. That's all you need to know.
Right. I just asked because, again, through emails and phone calls, questions have been asked to me. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're talking $3,000 more per employee per year for single coverage alone.
Okay.
For something comparable.
Right. So if I'm reading this correctly, right now it's basically $1 million plan, correct?
Correct.
So, and if we go option one, it's a $152,000 increase. If we go option two, it's $172,000 increase. Would that?
But I don't believe that's correct, Squire, but all we're doing is we've got that bottom line cost, the $1 million. That's not going to change regardless of what plan. Well, there is a 2% difference if you were to select a lower max out of pocket. But the shifting comes from the county is assuming some of the cost of the dependents versus only paying the cost of a single plan.
May I, Judge?
Sure.
I
Go
think
ahead.
what Scotty Tracy's asking is how much on the scenario one, the sheet that you received, we got a couple scenarios. If you look at that scenario one, if you go down to the bottom, if the court decides to choose alternate one, it will cost the county $47,899 more on the year.
Correct. Okay, I got you.
Alternate two, it will cost the county $63,374 a year. I think that was your question. Is that correct?
Well,
But that's, everyone stays with the existing plan. Everybody has to stay with the existing plan for those numbers to hold true. Remember,
scenario one, and then you have scenario two, and then scenario three. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Jake's on. Did that
Jay,
clarify your-
Jay Labana, go ahead. You've been waiting. Thank you.
No problem. I had to run out and grab one of my employees' birthday. I had to go grab them some pizza. Sorry. We're for whatever saves our employees the most money. And we have a lot of employees throughout the year. So that's just my 2 cents, whatever it's worth.
Just off the, I just figured this up, and I'm sure you all have too, but right off the top, based on what our coverage is today in this new plan, and I just used alternate one. If you are a family and you, and this goes through, as a family, you'll save $292.61 a month. You multiply that times 12 and you're doing, that's pretty good money. That's pretty good savings. If you are a family and you do spouse, you'll save $174.12 a month. This is just alternate one compared to what we have. If you are a family and you just have children, you would save $142.08 a month based on alternate one compared to what we have. So all of these are over $100 a month savings to our employees. And Betty, I do believe that health insurance comes out twice a month. Is that correct? On both paychecks or once a month?
Twice a month. That's correct.
Twice a month. So this is big savings. You divide that in half, that's big savings per paycheck. So this is straight out of the pocket savings plus providing health insurance. So this is big to the employees. Squire Tracy.
Judge, just to make sure, you said $292.61 for a family plan under alternate one, correct?
That's correct. That's what I did was I took the family plan under the current condition, $779.71, and I subtracted what would it cost under alternate one, $487.10, and that comes out to $292. So that's how
So I guess it would be accurate to say that would be a $3,500, $3,511.32 difference on the year of take-home money. Would that be, is that accurate? That would go back to the employees, correct?
I would think so. You would multiply, and I'll do that if you want me to.
No, I mean, 292.61 times 12.
292.61 times 12 equals 3511.32.
To those 6 employees.
To those 6 employees that are taking it right now, and to whoever else comes in and takes it. Yes.
Okay.
That's huge, huge. As a matter of fact, Betty, didn't you say last time that there was one jail employee that had just started and had the family plan? And after you took out monies for health insurance, he had a whopping check of $45 per every 2 weeks. He
Yes,
cleared.
that
That's
was
what he
correct.
cleared.
That is correct.
You know, could I make a comment, Judge?
You sure can.
I guess the real question is the recruitment and retention of employees worth the investment? That's the bottom line question. If you're losing employees now because of the cost of a family plan, or you're not attracting employees now because of the cost of a family plan, is the court willing to invest in fixing that situation?
Okay, I think we've gone as far as we can go with this. Let's move. I don't see any other, what?
We will need to decide which plan to vote on.
Sure.
So we
We'll need a
could,
motion for a particular plan, right? When it comes to vote.
yes.
All right, we understand that. Okay. All right. So let's move to the next item. Betty, you and Jamie want to explain the wellness, non-wellness rate.
Yes, what this is we have a wellness, non-wellness rate currently. The purpose is to continue the current wellness, non-wellness rate to encourage employees to continue a healthy lifestyle by participating in Go 365. That's what we have right now. As long as a county employee is doing something in Go 365, they would not have to pay a $50 non-wellness rate on their single health insurance, as long as they're participating. And we met on September 14th to discuss the continuation of the wellness, non-wellness rate for county employees.
And the recommendation is to keep it the same?
Keep it the same for next year, but I know some of the committee concerns was maybe raising that bar a little bit higher. We talked about one time a different status. I believe at this point, we would just like to keep it the same as long as they're participating in Go 365.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Betty. I think on the last committee meeting, Jamie wasn't able to be on there. I know Jamie's been a proponent on trying to get everybody to the silver level. And the more I thought about it, I mean, our employees are asking more and more of us, which we're trying to accommodate, with a better plan and things like that. So, I'm not opposed to asking a little bit of the employees, because to a couple people's point earlier, it's not about how many numbers change plans once hopefully we approve something. It's the health of the people on the plan. So, I'd like to hear maybe the court's thoughts on raising the bar a little bit, just because I feel like, if we're looking to do more for our employees, I don't think it's bad to ask, more from them. So I just wanted to kind of to state that. Thank you.
Betty, you wanna respond to that? You know more about where the employees are with what's going on.
I agree with what Mark Muller said, that we do need to up the game a little bit on the wellness. I completely agree with that. We want our employees to be healthy. I just don't think next year is a time to up the bar. Due to the pandemic and the stress that employees are going through, that unfortunately you guys may or may not see. It's terrible. I don't mean to be so blunt about it, but it's terrible. I don't feel like we should put extra stress on the employees right now just because of that. But on the other hand, I do agree with, we do need to up the bar, and we need to look at this. We need to have a little bit more time and start meeting about this. And we do need to up the bar on wellness, because like you said, you are going to be paying more for the employees, and we want them to stay healthy. I just don't think it's time to do it next year.
As far as Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. And this line of discussion was one that I had at the committee meeting because, as we know, and as we discussed for several years, our providers discussed utilizing the silver status as the standard for participation in the wellness program. And we know that wellness programs go hand in hand, with usage of insurance benefits in a proactive manner. So we're moving in a proactive manner to support our employees' health insurance benefits. And, it would be a great opportunity for us and equally prudent really to advance the focus on employee wellness at this time and help, encourage, who has encouraged us since I've sat on this court. He's encouraged us every year. Silver status, silver status, silver status. So, that's 3 years now. So, it's really time that we heed that. And I think the conversation was positive in this regard. Our HR director, just as she said, she agreed. We need to do that. We need to step our game up. Squire Muller, we need to step our game up. I don't think that was something that was lost on the committee. So, it's something that it's high time that we discuss this earnestly among the members of the court rather than just at the committee level. So it would be helpful to hear what the rest of the court thinks in this regard, because the committee was in lockstep moving in this direction. Thank you.
I will say this, I believe in the Go 365 program. I'm even past silver. I work very hard at it. But it is not easy. It's not as easy as you think. And we have many people, and I'm not saying a few, we have many people that are not tech savvy. And unfortunately, that's who we are. And to change this, to require them to be virtually to become tech savvy, because we don't have the staff. Betty gets them to the silver. Betty gets them signed up, which means they're part of Go 365. And Betty works for 3 solid weeks, 8 hours a day, meeting with every single employee. And lots of those employees have to have their hand held to get signed up. It's an ideal task, but this is not an ideal world. Our workforce is not tech savvy. And you can say all you want, and you're right. Let's step up the game. But you've got to remember who our employees are. They are not comfortable with technology, and it's going to take help, and lots of help to get it to that point. Because I would say 99% of the people that we're talking about, they don't want to have to pay $50 extra for health insurance, but they also have a fear, and they have a misunderstanding or a non-understanding of how to sign up and how to stay qualified for silver status. It's not as easy as you think to get silver status. It takes some work. It takes signing up. It takes a lot of technology know-how to get there. I'm defending the employees. I agree that it's an ideal goal, but I don't see us being able to do it under what we have as a staff right now to get out and help that many people. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. No disrespect, but I don't think it's too tech savvy. I would almost agree. I would almost say probably 95% of our staff is on social media, and that's no easy task. Look at Lambert Moore. He kills Facebook. If Lambert can do it, So again, I just, I'm a proponent for asking, because I think it would make our insurance down the road even better the healthier we can get all of our employees. And that's ultimately what we want. This isn't, a bad thing towards them. It's really us saying, let's all be healthy together. So thank you.
Yeah, so let's clarify what you just said. Part of the silver status is that they have to get a biometric. They have to go through a process to make sure they are healthy. So staying healthy is upfront. That is an actual process that we make our employees do to be part of the program. So, or they have to go to their own doctor. So getting screened for healthiness is what we can do. Making somebody walk, making somebody exercise, making somebody join a gym is not something we can do, even though we offer incentives to do that. But we can't make them be healthy, Squire Muller. We can make them get tested. We can give them results. We can inform them what they need to do, but I can't, and you can't, and nobody can make somebody walk every day or exercise. We can't do it.
I agree with that, Judge. I don't want to make anybody do anything, but you know, when we have $1 million insurance policy and it's probably going to go up now, I don't think it's too much to ask. And if that person or persons don't want to do that, then you know they'll have to pay $50. That's their prerogative, you know. So you know, I think I'll let someone else talk. Thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I did want to just add that in prior years, our healthcare provider had indicated that they could bring in some staff to help with a variety of these tasks, not only signing up, but getting our staff on the path to the biometric screening. That topic was not covered as we discussed it last time. Every other year in the past, that has been covered, and our healthcare provider has indicated that they would be willing to bring in some staff to help with that, so that we could ease the comfort level of staff to get involved in this. And our provider also indicated that by doing so with other groups, a tremendous healthcare concern was caught for an individual going through the biometric screening. So there is certainly, you know, somebody can attest to that being a life-changing and life-saving process by doing so. So I only share what has been shared with us in the past in this regard. Thank you very much during these discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, and so once again, I'm gonna clarify. We do, as part of signing up, we do ask you to get a biometric, to do a biometric screening. Or we ask that you go to your doctor and have a checkup. So that's on the table, still on the table, has been on the table, and that's there. The issue becomes, after that, what happens? Jamie, I know you're probably chomping at the bit to say something, so I'll allow you to.
No, Judge, I'm just taking it all in. The biometric screening is a piece of becoming someone at silver status. I will say that the breakdown that you refer to about technology, that's real. It is real, that it is a deterrent to some people, that they have to find a way to get this data to Humana. But with silver status, you know, you can pretty much do a biometric screening, get a flu shot. I said flu shot. I didn't say vaccine. I said flu shot. Get your teeth cleaned. That pretty much gets you almost to silver status right there. You don't have to join a gym. You don't have to log walking. The biometric screening might be a good compromise. If you said, in order to have free health care, you have to join Go 365, which means putting it on your phone or a device. Can be your home computer. Biometric screening would be another part. That might be a good first step, but I have been a proponent of trying to get everyone into silver status, and primarily it's because that does factor into your rates. The number of employees that you have engaged and who reach silver status can get you a discount on your health care.
And Judge, just to clarify, we do have a Go 365 rep that sends us stuff monthly. And we did contact them, and due to COVID, people's not coming in the office. I can't have these people going out to the fire departments and helping these people they won't allow it. So that was one of my reasoning saying we don't need to can we just keep it the same this year and until hopefully we can get through this pandemic. But yes, they do offer that. We have Leah James that is awesome with Humana, and that will sit down with us, during the open enrollment is a really good time to do it. But unfortunately, we can't do that this year because of COVID. And on the technology side, there is a lot of county employees that still have flip phones, believe it or not. So it is a little bit harder to get that data in the system, but we help them with it. Vicky is wonderful with helping them with it. My only concern is because we don't have the staff. We can't allow people to come in like we used to during open enrollment and help get people signed up. But hopefully we will be able to do that in the near future, maybe. Because it is a big obstacle for them. I mean, heck, I'm still trying to get sexual harassment training from even a couple court members to complete on the tutorial online. I can't do that. So it's more of an obstacle than you guys think. It really is.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I'm all about compromise and understanding some tough times. I mean, I'd be willing to take the advice of Mr. Bennett and just do the biometrics, hold that to the employees. But again, like Squire Sebastian said, I'd love to hear from some of the other court members, not just committee members.
Well, we've thrown it out there. Squire Moore.
Yeah, I've spent, I don't know how much on watches to track my steps, probably more than $50 a month because they keep falling off and getting lost, broke. It's ridiculous. They can't make a watch band that fit my arm. But anyway, and my doctor has not been in his office since this whole thing started. So don't force me to go in and get a biometric screening where my doctor's not even in his office, and he won't be until this is over. That's all I have to say right now.
Would there be a charge if we went to our primary care physician to get a biometric screening, Betty Jo? Would there be a charge for that, or would it be free?
It's 100% paid to preventive services.
Okay, good.
And Jamie, could we bring a group in to do biometric screening again?
That's I had my hand up. I will say that biometrics do present a challenge in the middle of this pandemic, and that is the one point that I would give to Betty Jo is it does create some logistical problems in getting everyone to go through biometrics at the workplace.
Okay. Squire Blackburn, you had your hand up.
Yes, sir. I just was checking to see I wasn't muted. Thanks so much. And Jamie, I appreciate all your work on this, and Betty Jo as well. I know that every one of us want the very best for our employees here that, they serve the community and we're serving the employees, and we need to serve them the best we can. I also agree. I mean, even if we go to alternate one on this one plan, we're saving them hundreds of dollars a month. I think it is part of their responsibility to help with the plan. And Jamie said himself that a healthier workforce reduces your overall plan. So they can have an active part in reducing their rates as well, not just relying on us to pay more for them and change nothing. I was looking at this, dental exams, we had 5%. That's like 8 people. Vision, 4%. That's what, 7.5 people? Flu shot, 8 people. We've got, to ask somebody that we're going to give you hundreds of dollars less a month in your premiums or what you're going to pay your employee contribution, and say it's going to cost you $50 if you don't do one of these things. I think it's the direction we need to go. We need to put the health in the hands of our employees. They're responsible. I know me, I turned 50 this year. half my life I lived like I was gonna live forever. And now I take my vitamins. I get up. I try to eat healthy. I try to get to bed at a good time. I'll watch my steps. I've got an app on my phone. I don't have to wear a watch. I can't wear a watch either. Lambert, they don't run on me. My chemistry or something doesn't allow that. But I think we need to share the burden of this, and I think it will ultimately lower the cost. Now, to say that we have to do an event here, that would be convenient, and I know it presents struggles, but at the same time, everybody should go see a doctor once a year. Everybody should go get their teeth looked at least twice a year. A vision exam. A lot of these things, you detect problems that you would never know until they're a problem that you're going to be, instead of doing preventative maintenance on your body, you're going to be trying to fix it. And I know everybody that works at the road department changes their oil, but does everybody at the road department go see a doctor, make sure their oil's flowing and not bad? It's just part of it. We got to take care of ourselves. And I think if we give incentives for them to take care of themselves, it's going to help them. It's going to help us. It's going to help the taxpayer, and it's going to make everything better for everyone.
Squire Muller, why don't you recommend then, when we come back to voting, that the wellness rate will require a silver status, or at least some type of biometric screening?
Be fine. Didn't know if any of the other magistrates wanted to speak on this or if we were done.
We've talked about this for 40 minutes now, but go ahead, Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. I guess health and safety is at the forefront and a huge concern for all, especially during this pandemic. As you said, Judge, earlier, we're a team, and it's going to take everyone working together to get where we want to be. If testing can't be done safely, I think we have to take that into account. So I think that's the number one issue: is can it be done safely?
Thank you, Squire Moore.
I agree 100%.
Well,
I've got silver status. I don't know how I got it. I haven't logged going to the doctor. I haven't logged having my teeth cleaned, but I've had my teeth cleaned, had my eyes checked.
Those
maybe from my steps. I don't know, but from my 0365. But I know I have to charge this crazy watch every 2 or 3 days, or it goes dead, and I feel like I'm wasting steps. But go ahead, Jamie.
When you go to the doctor, that's automatically uploaded. Okay, when Humana processes the claim, they're giving you Go 365 points at the same time. The dental, the vision, you have to upload something showing you had that done yourself. Your steps are already synced. That's how you're at silver status.
Thank you. I saw somebody else's hand. I saw Chief Hutchinson. Chief Hutchinson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Judge, if you don't mind. Right now, we are in the throes of this pandemic, and just having the people available to do the job is a struggle. So to add more onto them at this time is a very difficult thing to ask. I agree, health and safety is of the utmost importance. However, until we see the turn of this mess that we're in, it's just going to make it very difficult.
All right, Chief, thank you. All right, so we'll have an option in just a few minutes of whichever way you want to go.
If we were to make a requirement, I think we might have to stipulate what dates by something would need to be achieved.
Okay, Betty, you be thinking about that if there is a motion. Would you?
And furthermore, are you gonna, some of our guys live out of town. Are we gonna give time off to go get this done since we're gonna require it?
No.
I think this is the wrong time until this COVID thing is far behind us to be requiring anything.
Okay, nope. Everybody has spoken. Thank you. Let's go to the next. Huh?
This is Jamie. I was just gonna tell you that date needs to be August 1, July 1, because the data needs time to go from the provider to Humana, who starts looking at our renewal sometime early September.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. All right, let's go to the next item, the authorization to approve a magistrate appointment to the Joint City County Working Group. That group will be, the mayor is asking for a city commissioner. I'm asking for a magistrate, and it looks like there will be a citizen to be on that, appointed by the mayor and the county judge. All the other staff members will be ex officio. So do you have a motion? Does anybody want to be on that committee? JW, your hands up.
So you and the mayor decided that it was going to be one magistrate and one commissioner?
That's correct. Well, actually, with the advice of the council, because if they have three, if they put three on there, that's a quorum. So we want to make it even. And so and then a citizen member would be the fifth. So it's all trying to balance everything out. Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. Just to make sure. So you're saying it'll be the committee, the working group will be made up of yourself, the mayor, one commissioner, one magistrate, one citizen?
Yes.
And who makes the determination of the citizen?
The mayor and me.
Oh, it's a joint. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that citizen will be a Franklin County resident?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
I guess I have a concern to make sure that we have enough members of the court to represent all of Franklin County. I understand the city would, they represent 27,000 of the residents, but city commission, but we represent everybody, city and county. So I think it would be as balanced as we could possibly get it if we have, another representative of the body. But I offer that based on the population that we serve. And
remember, I'm the only one in the fiscal court that represents everybody in this community, just like.
However, Judge, we all vote on matters that represent every member of this county. So, so when we're all here, we're all doing the same job as we are right now. We're going to vote on a budget that impacts everybody. So I just shared that perspective. And again, I had raised my hand. I would like to serve on it, but I'd like to hear from others because others probably voiced the same thing.
Okay.
But
okay, so you're the first name in the hat. So we'll put your name in the hat. That's what this agenda item is who's going to put their name in the hat, and then we'll decide who wants to be on it. Squire Moore.
I didn't have my hand up, but
I thought I'm sorry.
But I do have something to say. In a way, I agree with Squire Sebastian on the numbers, but I don't know that it would be right to have 3 fiscal court members and only 2 city commission members. So that's something we have to think about there.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is to keep it balanced. We have a nomination. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, you got a nomination, Scotty?
No, sir. Just another question. Will we be receiving, I know everybody had a lot of great input in regards to the meeting, but will we be receiving information in regards to the goal. Again, I think that's the big thing,
course,
during the meeting,
that's
we talked about economic development. And
Yeah.
there was one or two that was thrown around. We have a plan, but I was talking to a gentleman the other day. If we had a manufacturing company or a distribution company that came to Franklin County and said, I love your community and I want my business here and I need 200 acres. Unfortunately, we got to look at them and say, we don't have a plan for you. I'm not talking about a downtown plan. We've had one of those for 4.5 years. I'm talking about a plan for the whole community. And that's what this group's going to be geared toward, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That would be a vision. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Booth. Can't hear you, Squire Booth.
I'm sorry. I think that a good person for that committee would be Squire Muller.
Well, Squire Muller hadn't put his name in there, but that was nice of you to ask him. So right now, we only have one name. We only have one name in there.
Oh, I was gone. Who was that?
Squire Sebastian. She's put her name in the hat.
Oh, okay. Well, Squire Muller had a good write-up in the paper when they were describing that meeting. He was the one that suggested that we meet city, county in the first place. So I think he'd be a good person to be on.
That's nice of you, but let Squire Muller decide whether he wants to do it or not. And right now we have one person in there.
Okay.
All right. Okay. What do you want to do? All right, no other, since I see no other.
I think Squire Sebastian's a good choice.
Okay, Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm still not comfortable with the parameters and how this is set up. I agree with Squire Sebastian on the representation of the entire community. I think putting a working unit to represent the governing bodies of the city and the county needs to be a little more diversified, but that's just my thoughts.
Well, this is going for the city on Monday. And if they turn it down, then Squire Muller, you've said, how come we can't get this thing moving any faster? Those are the kinds of things that drag it down, that if city says one thing, county says another, we'll never get together until we can all be on the same page. So that's fine, whatever y'all want to do. You don't have to vote for it. Squire Sebastian's on there. If you don't want her on there, just say you don't want it and you don't want to do it. Because city's not going to change. City is not going to put a quorum on the board. They can't do it. So please be aware of that. And then the city's not going to say, all right, the county can have more members than the city. So come on, guys, you know better than that. Be smart about this. Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. I have no problem at all with Squire Sebastian serving. I think she'll represent the group very well and the county, just like she does her constituents. The one concern that I have is the fact that it's been stated in the joint meeting, stated in the papers, is the one citizen. We're going to bring a citizen in that you and no disrespect, but you and the mayor that have came out publicly to support merger, you all are going to come out and do a joint appointment. So I have a concern whether that's going to be a citizen from the city that supports merger, or is it going to be how that all is going to play out? Because ultimately, that's still the same way. If it's somebody that supports that thinking, then you're still going to could possibly end up still being three lopsided per se. It's just where I'm at.
So I'm shocked. I'm hearing pro merger. Merger has nothing to do with the decision of who we put on the committee to work economic development.
Didn't say it was. And to your point, if that's the case, maybe it shouldn't have been mentioned the other night. during the economic development.
Now, we're
That's all
all
I'm
free
saying.
to mention what we want to, as a vision, Squire.
I just making sure, I only asked, I'm not trying to argue, obviously. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just asking questions just to make sure that there's level playing field. So that's all I'm saying. But again, I do support Squire Sebastian.
Okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the nice words that Squire Booth said, but I need to watch my time constraints. So I'm fully have full faith in Squire Sebastian. You know, she wrote a great article months ago, and I think she has the best interest for the court. I guess my only thing would be just listening to Squire Tracy, and no disrespect to you or the mayor. Do you think it would be possible to talk to the mayor that maybe the magistrate and the city commissioner come up with the citizen pick just to keep things fair? And there's no disrespect there. I'm just trying to keep everybody happy. So
what would be the difference if the mayor and the city commissioner and the judge and the magistrate came up? Why would you exclude us from making that decision along? Why wouldn't you?
Tracy's point, you know, some of the vision of the pro merger, I guess, from you guys.
Come on, nobody's pushing merger here. This is about economic development. This is not about merger. This is about our community. You know, you wanted this, and now you're bogging it down where this is the kind of stuff that keeps Frankfurt from doing anything, because we're so fearful that something's going to happen. Don't be afraid. We're not, nobody, we shared our thoughts were our thoughts. Now we've got to work on economic development. You all have mentioned 18 things that is wrong with economic development. And that's what we're trying to fix here and show a vision. And we listen, this is a competitive world. And if you've heard the governor the other day, he is saying he's begging for people, for communities to call them and let them know that you have places, acreage available for economic development, because there's so much going on. In his meeting on Wednesday morning with all across the state, he said, please let us know. We've got so many companies that want to come into Kentucky, and we don't have enough space for them that we know of. So let us know.
Squire Sebastian will do an excellent job representing us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. It looks to me like Squire Moore.
I think my question's been answered, and you mentioned it earlier, but I missed it. The citizen will be a voting member?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, hopefully it'll be somebody from economic development. Out.
Okay, well,
Can I ask a question, Judge? I'm not sure what Squire Moore meant by hopefully it will be somebody from economic development. What does that mean?
I'll let him answer that.
I just didn't understand. That's all.
Somebody that's pro-economic development. I don't want a saboteur on your group. That's all.
All right.
I don't understand that at all.
I think let's move. Whew. Boy. All right, let's move to the next one. Authorization to receive the treasury report. Tambra.
I will do the best I can to answer your questions. Susan is out today. So if you have any detailed questions, we may have to follow up with her.
Okay. Any questions on the treasurer's report? Any questions on payment of claims? Okay. In other business, we'll have to amend the agenda to add a resolution to 9505 Jones Lane change if that is the way the vote goes. Is that correct?
If the ordinance fails.
If the ordinance fails, okay. Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, do you think it'd be possible to have an update from planning and zoning on where we are with the road department? You know, us moving forward on building a new facility?
I can give you give you what I have called James Liebman, who is I don't know whether he's the executor or what he is with, but he is a family member that owns the property. And he said his latest statement was that they're getting a survey done on what the value of the land is. So that's the only thing we're holding up on right now.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I have a few pieces here. Some are questions and some are for informational purposes. I just want to share with the court the cruise-in that was held out at the Carter House in picturesque Lakeview Park on September 12th. There were many, many new toys donated to the Franklin County Fire Department's toy drive, as well as $800 in donations made. So that is an excellent way to jumpstart that for the holiday season and families in our community. So I want to thank everybody that came out, donated, brought a toy, and participated in the event. I also wanted to see if any of our offices were taking the jailer up on using the bleach that can be made at the jail's bleach maker. We talked about it at the last meeting. So, you know, it's been referenced a number of times about the need for cleanliness and making sure that our officers are safe and sanitary. So just wanted to see if anybody was taking him up on that, because at the last meeting, he said he could make it. So
there's Chief Hutcherson. Let's see what Chief's got to say, Squire.
Squire, great question. We have instructed our administrative staff and battalion chiefs that all bleach will come from the jail.
That's fantastic. I appreciate that, Chief. That's a way to support our fellow Franklin County agency. It's a really good opportunity for us, and to get the best bang for our buck from that and save some money for the constituents to put into something else. Thank you so much for being proactive.
Yes, ma'am.
I also wanted to follow up from our last meeting when our HR director said that the policy about riding in vehicles unmasked was being revisited and it would be sent to the court. I just wanted to know what the status was on that.
Okay. Betty Jo, do you recall that statement?
Yeah, we sent out a policy we revised the policy, I think it was last week, I believe, Tamara. And the policy's always been not riding in the vehicles. That's not new. That was put in a year and a half ago. But we did have a new policy, and it's the same. If you don't need to be if you can help it, you don't need to be in the vehicle, in the same vehicle if you can help it. Unfortunately, we don't have that many vehicles. So sometimes county employees does have to ride in the vehicle together, and they are required to wear a mask. If they're not, those needs to be reported to their department head or myself, and we will look into those situations.
Right. I only asked because at the last meeting, you had stated that you'd be sharing that with the court, just so we would be aware of the new policy. So I was only asking for that purpose.
I apologize. I thought y'all received a copy. I can have the fiscal court clerk send a copy to you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. That just helps us stay abreast of all the things that are going on. Appreciate that very much. And then who can advise on the status of the water line installation at the outbuilding behind the sheriff's office? I know I periodically ask about that. It's time to periodically ask. I haven't asked in about 3 meetings.
All right. Robert is not on, and so Robert has looked into it. I think what I know is that we tried to get bids and nobody bid on it. We looked at the road department to do some of it. It's going to be extremely expensive to do it for the fact it's solid rock, and so it's up in the air right now. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. Any constitutional officers? Constitutional office reports. Department heads. Charlie?
Oh, yes. Thanks, Judge. Just a reminder to our park committee, we're going to have our next master plan meeting October the 6th at 3 p.m.
Okay.
We'll do that by Zoom.
All right. And they'll have the master plan update at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okey doke. All right. Anyone else? Chief Brewer.
Thank you, Judge. Fire department would just like to make an update and let everyone know that we're coming up on the fall forest fire season. It kicks off October 1st and runs to December 15th. This kind of limits the timeframes of when open burning is allowed. It's not allowed to after 6 p.m. With certain restrictions if you're within so many feet of wood lines or tall grass. So just would like to make that known to the public. And if they're going to burn, to also just make sure that they call the fire department and let us know so we can have it on record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see Tommy. Tommy, do you have something?
You want me to do a real brief update on COVID and where we stand in the community?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
You want me to do it now?
Yes, sir.
All right, so, and I'll read something from Brittany Parker from the health department yesterday. It says, yelling from the rooftop, they have no COVID cases waiting to be worked. Obviously, they've been backed up for several months now, trying to catch up to all the COVID cases. But as we stand right now, statewide positivity rate is 11.33%. I think our incident rate has gone down. We were up into the 80s. We're down to in the 56. We're 56% this morning, I believe. The other, if there is good news, looking at the information that we pulled off this morning, 76.5% of the citizenry in Franklin County that's eligible to be vaccinated has been vaccinated. So 39,038 people have been vaccinated with one vaccine or the other. Another thing that we're working on is Franklin County Health Department has testing available Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday and Thursday are with Mako, I think, for students, school staff. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I think that that company, Gravity, will test anybody. They're not, even if they're not affiliated with school systems. We had a conversation the other day with Brittany Parker, myself, with another company that wants to come in, and they do the cheek swab test. And I suggested that they come in and do that on weekends, if we can find a place for them to set up on the weekends. Because I would think for younger children or even older adults that not everybody is happy with the nasal swab test that's done. So we're working through that process right now. The cheek swab is every bit as accurate, from my understanding, as the nasal swab. It will be a 24 to 36 hour turnaround on the test, so it's not the rapid test. But we are entertaining a company to come in and look and maybe set up a drive-through site on the west side of town and on the east side of town. I've talked to the judge about it, and I've talked to the mayor about it. Both are in agreement with this, and we're trying to work that out. So that'll give this community essentially 7 days out of the week ability to be tested in Franklin County, which is a good thing. Absolutely, it's a good thing.
Okay, you got a couple of questions, Tommy. Squire
Yes,
Moore,
sir.
you first.
Who?
Squire Moore.
Oh,
Yeah, I've seen at Franklin Square, they have a saliva rinse test. Are those accurate?
Squire Moore, my guess is, because it has stayed there, that yes, they are. I haven't researched the exact tests that they do. We just know that they had to get a business license and come in and operate. And this is all kind of the same kind of test, other than this is a cheek swab. And I did verify with the doctor that is bringing this clinic to town. He sent me the information on that, and it is as accurate as the nasal test.
well, the setup by Kroger that's in the Kroger parking lot on the west side, they do a nasal swab too, and there's no charge. But if you don't have insurance, I'm not so sure about that. So you need to ask them. Okay. I took it last week.
Okay.
Right. The company coming in, the new company coming in, there is no charge, from my understanding. So,
Okay, good.
insurance or not.
Okay, Tommy, last but not least, when is Halloween? When are we gonna have?
October 31st from 6 to 8 o'clock.
That's Sunday, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
It'll be on Sunday, October the 31st. Okay, so
That is Halloween, sir.
that will be a headline, as you know.
Chief Adams and I have discussed this and we're well aware of that.
Okay, yes, all right, Halloween, all right. Okay, any other questions for Tommy? Squire Moore?
No, not for Tommy.
Okay, do you have, thank you, Tommy. Squire Moore, do you have something you want to bring up?
Yes, wanted to ask Brittany about tire amnesty. I think that's next week.
Great, I'm surprised she didn't talk about that today. Brittany, would you talk about tire amnesty? I believe that's this next weekend.
She's not still on.
I think she's up front covering the phones, Judge.
Okay, Andrew, will you ask her to get on your computer or come in here, please?
Yes, and I can pull it up. I can pull up from our website, our Facebook page here too, really quick.
All right, just pull it up and let's show everybody about it, please.
Okay. You can come in here, Brittany.
Okay, all right. It's September 30th to October the 2nd, Thursday through Friday, 8 to 4, Saturday, 8 to noon, open to all residents. It will be at the State Highway Garage, and that's, you turn left there at Bentwoods, and then it's right there, right off the 127, and at the corner of 127 and I-64. Is Brittany on?
Yeah, she's coming on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, she should be here.
Okay, Brittany, this question about this, let's please go over everything that needs to be said about this.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was up front. The waste tire collection event is held next weekend. All Kentucky residents are allowed to attend. The only types of people who are not allowed to attend are like scrap yards or tire retailers. Excuse me. We are going to accept all sorts of tires, ones that are on or off the rim, farm implements, bicycle, motorcycle, go-kart, ATV, tractor and truck and passenger tires. Tires that are not accepted are any that are foam or calcium filled or off-road construction like tracks or anything, or any tire with a bead greater than 1 3/4 inches.
Brittany, can you explain what a bead is? I know some of my constituents will ask.
Yeah, so the bead is where the actual like tire sits on the rim from what I understand. Squire Moore, is that correct?
That is correct. And they're talking about
Okay.
heavy equipment tires, Squire Booth. They're not included.
A bead is how they put it on the connection between the car and the tire, or the vehicle and the tire.
No, the tire and the rim where the rubber hits the steel, not the rubber hits the road.
Oh, well, okay.
All right, Squire Moore, and I ask all of you to share this and send this out to your constituents. And Andrew, I ask that you make sure that this is predominantly being shown on our Facebook.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Any other questions on that? Any other questions for in other business or with the department reports or committee reports?
Judge, I also just wanted to mention real quick, we are having household hazardous waste collection in, what is it, 3 weeks from now on the 16th. I don't have, where's that flyer? we're having our household hazardous waste. It happens twice a year. It's on a Saturday, October 16th from 8 to 12 at the Frankfurt Recycle Center, where it always is, 309 Rouse Avenue off of Holmes Street. Also open, this one's only open to Franklin County residents, but that includes city and county. We will be there to take any of your household hazardous waste, be it herbicides, pesticides, solvents, oil-based paint, a number of other things. The list is on the flyer that's circulating, which is on our website, on our Facebook. And the only items we won't accept at this event are water-based paints, like latex or acrylic paint, because you can harden that at home with sand or kitty litter and put it in your trash can. We don't take motor or hydraulic oil. You can take those to any number of local auto parts retailers like AutoZone or Advanced Auto. And we don't accept medications. You can dispose of them at the Frankfurt Police Department. They have a drop box there. There's also drop boxes at both CVS locations in town and at the health department, but only when they're doing their drug take back events. So that's all I have.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Brittany. No other reports? All right, so we're going to continue on with the voting session. And
no, we're not, Judge. We're going to take a break.
Okay, all right. We got 5 minutes. 5-minute break. Thank you. Recess. We're back in session. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference for our regular meeting, September the 24th, 2021. Clerk, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Squire Booth.
I'm just gonna leave my sound on from now. Present.
Judge Wells,
Here.
You forgot Squire Moore.
Squire Moore. Squire Moore.
Squire Moore, I'm sorry. Squire Moore, gotcha. Judge Wells,
Did you get Squire Moore?
She did.
Okay. And I've said here. Okay. Would you please stand for the pledge? Tonight's pledge is led by a Frankfurt High student named Campbell.
today's,
Huh?
today's, not tomorrow.
Today, whatever. Andrew?
My name is Campbell Saul. I'm a junior at Frankfurt High School. If you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Campbell. Thank you very much. We appreciate you doing that. Great job. Thank you.
Speak with that panther paw in her mouth.
Frankfurt High students can do amazing things. Let's put it that way. All right. The next item on the agenda is authorization for approval of our minutes from the public hearing of September the 2nd, 2021. Is there a motion? Motion by Squire Muller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Squire Sebastian. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of September the 2nd, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is authorization to approve the agreement with West Kentucky Correctional Health Care 2 LLC for inmate health services at the Franklin County Regional Jail.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
I want to commend Jailer Bonner for working hard and his staff working hard to get the best service he can for the inmates. And I'm a yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
I'd like to thank Jay Labana again for taking on the task of bidding out the health services contract. I'm a yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve an agreement for providing health care to indigent prisoners at the Franklin County Regional Jail.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Next item is authorization to establish findings of fact pursuant to KRS 100.213 related to a request by Ryan C. and Nicole L. Turner for a zone map amendment from Rural Residential District RR to Agricultural District AG for a 10.01 acre property identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-008.01 located at 505 Jones Lane. How many findings of fact do we have?
a few. So I
How
have
many?
a few. I have the list in front of you.
You do?
Yes. Your copy. Right there.
These are, okay. All right, so we're going to go through one of these one at a time, and then there'll be, someone can make a motion, and a second, and then we'll have a vote for each one of them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, here we go. Here's the first one. 10.01 acres of 505 Jones Lane is near federally protected land.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
and seconded. All right, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Moeller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item, that one passes. Next one. Guideline 1, development on public water / sewer shall not exceed 1 unit per 1.5 acres. Staff report specifies and staff testimony that 99 units will be on the 10-acre property. This is inconsistent with and will not satisfy the condition in guideline 1.
So moved.
Don't hear a second. There's no second, so this one does not pass. Okay, the next one is guideline 2, states flexibility should be given where the proposed development will not have an adverse effect on the surrounding uses. This is equally inconsistent and will be the exact opposite of the stated purpose as the surrounding uses are clearly permanent residential.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, this one is denied with no second. The next one, guideline 3, states no new development shall occur where there is not adequate water supply and water pressure for fire protection services. This zone change will not satisfy this guideline.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and seconded. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Zone change will not satisfy this guideline. No.
Squire Muller,
No, no, excuse me.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
I think this speaks to the development and not zone changes, so I'm gonna no.
Judge Wells.
No, that one does not pass. The next one, page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is adjacent only to a mobile home park, but does not specify that the property is bounded by single-family homes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, that one passes. Okay, the next one, the Franklin County zoning ordinance established 21 zoning districts.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, that one passes. Page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is surrounded by zoning districts. RR, Single Family Rural Residential District, RD, Single Family Residential Suburban Density District, RM, Mobile Home District.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? And Mueller seconded. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
No.
Squire Moore,
I'm not sure on this one. I think it's got agriculture on one side, but I don't know if it's zoned that way, so I'll say yes. I don't know.
Judge Wells.
Yes. That one passes. The next one. Page 2 of the staff report notes the purpose of the existing zoning RR is intended to establish and preserve a quiet single-family home neighborhood. The district is intended to be low density. This is just what the current zoning does, and moving forward with the proposed zone change request is incompatible.
So moved.
No second? All right, this one fails. The next one, KRS 139.200, subset 2, section A, imposition of sales tax. This tax shall not apply to rooms, lodging, campsites, or accommodations supplied for a continuous period of 30 days or more.
So moved.
Is there a second? Seeing none, this one fails. The next one, 2021 real property tax is 18.5%.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, this one passes. The next one, comprehensive plan. Future land use plan designates the property as rural activities.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Present.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, this one passes. The next one, AG zoning is an appropriate zone district for rural activities, land use designation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
is that
Call-
Squire Tracy?
yeah,
Okay.
call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Present.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, the next one, there have been major economic, social, physical changes in the area that were not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
No.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, does this one pass?
yes.
It does pass, okay. All right, now,
Judge,
Tim,
before we go any further, could you just repeat and recite to the court what the final findings as voted were prior to the next item?
yes, sir, I will.
We have 8 total.
Okay. The first one, 10.01 acres of 505 Jones Lane is near federally protected land. The second one, page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is adjacent only to a mobile home park, but does not specify that the property is bounded by single-family homes. Number 3, the Franklin County zoning ordinance establishes 21 zoning districts. Number 4, page 1 of the staff report notes that the subject property is surrounded by zoning districts. RR, single family rural residential district. RB, single family residential suburban density district. RM, mobile home district. Number 5, 2021 real property tax rate is 18.5%. Number 6, comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property as rural activities. Number 7, ag zoning is an appropriate zone district for the rural activities land use designation. And number 8, there have been major economic, social, physical changes in the area that were not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the comprehensive plan. So those are the 8. So you can use any or all of those in any way you want for your voting. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. I'm going around. You've got them, Tambra?
Yes, I have them.
Okay.
And then also, Mr. Judah, if you're still on here, if you could take those 8 and isolate those from the rest in preparation for a resolution if the ordinance fails.
Okay, you want those on individual sheets?
No. From the resolution template that I provided you, there's a section down towards the end where you will insert the findings of fact.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, now Tambra, what the next move is to go to the next, to item 7?
That is correct.
All right. Okay, item 7. The second reading of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 10.01 acre property identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-008.01, located at 505 Jones Lane, from rural residential RR to agricultural district AG.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I'm going to vote no under condition 2, which was accepted as a finding of fact from Squire Moore.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
No.
Squire Moore. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I thought we were supposed to use a finding of fact if we voted no. So if not, I won't do it. But if I'm supposed to, I will.
I'm not aware of that. Counselor Sparks, could you clarify, please?
No, ma'am. The second reading contains the finding of fact pursuant to the
Okay.
first one that it is in conformity with the plan and AG is appropriate. That's what the second read. That's what the ordinance says.
Okay, go ahead.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, Mr. Judah, you do not need to prepare the resolution as this ordinance has passed.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Kentucky Energy and Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management for 2022 litter abatement grant funding and designated the county judge executive to execute all documents pertaining to this grant.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with Kentucky Association of Counties, otherwise known as KACO, for grant funds to be used for the purchase of defibrillators for various county facilities.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a letter of agreement with the Commonwealth of Kentucky Office of Health Data and Analytics for reporting of COVID-19 tests performed by the Franklin County Fire Department.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
yes,
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve subsidizing employee health insurance premiums for dependent plans for Humana for a calendar year 2022. And you will, if you make a motion, you'll need to make a motion to approve whichever alternate plan number it is. Right, Timber?
Current, and then you have 3 alternates.
Yes.
I move that we authorize withholding not withholding, I mean subsidizing health insurance for employees with families for Plan 1 as presented to us by the Health and Fitness Committee.
So you're recommending alternate 1 then?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Squire Muller. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Well, I was actually for alternate 2, but obviously I'm going to be for alternate 1 because I'll vote for alternate 1 because it's for the employees. So
I don't want either one.
it was a better option for the employees, but heck, fire. What if this is a great option too? So I'm all for helping the employees. So yes. Okay, alternate 1 passes. The next one is authorization to approve a wellness, non-wellness rate for county employees.
And this is just a repeat, right, Judge? Just a carryover, correct?
If that's what you recommend, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So moved. I recommend a repeat of last year's.
Okay.
Second.
And that's seconded by Squire Tracy. All right. All right. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
No, we had a tremendous amount of discussion on this. We've heard from our experts that we should look at advancing this rate, but I really do appreciate the circumstances that everyone's working through under the pandemic, not only in county government, but healthcare professionals who are trying to give us healthcare. So with that, I'm going to be a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
I agree with Squire Sebastian. We did have a lot of discussion. I do think it's a team effort, employees and all of us together. You know, a lot of our guys get CDLs. I think the physicals every other year. The fire department guys get physicals. I think there's a way we can get closer to where we want to be to help everybody get a better rate. But I'm all for doing this way this year. I'm a yes.
Squire Muller,
First, I'd like to thank the committee, and I think the conversation today with the whole court was phenomenal. I think this was just to show the employees that we care about them and we want them healthier. But in the same breath, it's dangerous right now, and if we can't have them tested safely, our employees in harm's way, it's not worth changing right now. But I do want them to realize that I think this court has stepped up, and we we approved the last thing to help their families hopefully, and we just at the end of the day want everybody healthy and safe. So yes.
Squire Tracy,
It's going to take everyone working together to get where we want to be. So yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve Squire Sebastian as the magistrate appointments to the Joint City County Working Group for Economic Development.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Was that Squire Moore that made the motion?
Yes.
And who made the second?
Sound like Tracy.
I did.
Muller.
Tracy.
Okay. Squire Sebastian,
Yes, and I don't take this responsibility lightly.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Thank you to Squire Sebastian and should do a great job representing us. Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second,
Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is payment of claims. Are there any questions about the payment of claims? If not, we will order the payment of claims. All right, seeing none, claims are to be paid. The last item is authorization to adjourn.
Squire Sebastian,
So moved.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Or Sebastian.
Well, I'll make the comment, I guess, in the motion to adjourn. I'll second Squire Booth's motion.
To adjourn. Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I just want to go on record and personally thank our planning staff, Ben Judah. He did a phenomenal job, very measured in his approach, very willing to ask and respond to any question, extremely professional. So I appreciate his care and handling of the zone change requests that we've been through and discussed for 3 meetings. I just want to thank him very much for that, as well as all the other staff for all the great things you do. Thank you very much. Yes.
Get that in there now.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Keep distance, wash your hands, wear a mask, and yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
I just want to apologize for demanding we take that break, but I had to go. Yes.
so is that a yes?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
After 4.5 hours, we all got to go. So
Yes.
God bless, be safe. Yes, let's adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for watching.